welcome along and welcome back to Silverrun Forest. Now, last time we had lots of really good suggestions on how we can improve things around the tree farm here. So I want to try out a couple of those today. I've got some concrete walls we're going to put in here and see if we can create a way of piling up logs to easily collect them. So we're going to have a play around with that and see if we can load them up onto the trailer. I also picked up a really useful mod that came out just yesterday that's going to be perfect for us. So what we're going to do is I'm going to take this around the other side. Oh, forwards, there we go. And we're going to set ourselves up so we can hopefully create great piles of logs and easily pick them up against a set of concrete barriers around this side. Let's bring this here and right. So that's kind of the position I want to be in. As a result, we should be able to line things up here. So first, let's go into the construction here. We want decoration, we want others, and yeah, this concrete wall mod, I've downloaded this and I think this is going to be really useful for what we want to do. There we go. So I think we want it, the first one, straight and about there. The second one about there-ish. Look at that. So straight through there, so we can push stuff up and pick stuff up and be in the middle. But we need something to press against. But what we want to do is bring this up here, and we're going to put a few of these out this side as something to buttress everything up against. So and then just to add a little bit of flair to the end, we'll take it down like that. There we go. Right, so we've got an area here now. We can cut trees here, or we can cut trees, bring them over, cut them into here. We'll push them up against this wall and then up against these walls. Should allow us to pick them up in the middle and have some nice, clean loading onto our trailers, I think. So then we can cut it into this area. Oh, 6 meters seems to be about right as well. Yeah, we are just outside too. Now what I need to do really is have a way to push these up against that wall, which we don't have at the moment. So in order to do that, I think we're going to have a quick trip down to the shop. I'm quite pleased I brought this down to the shop, actually. It's in serious need of a service. So we'll get that done while we're down here too. Hopefully it isn't going to cost me too much to get that done. We'll also have a look at the sales while we're down here, because it's always worth seeing if there's something for sale nice and cheap. So park this up. And then over to here, and repair cost is nearly 5,000. Ow. But it's all up and working. We did let it get a little bit low. What have we got in the sales? Oh, wow, we got a dirt bike. I'm really tempted just to have a play around with that on here. I mean, it's a perfect map for doing it. And if we weren't saving up for stuff, I would be very tempted. I mean, look at this in the VF colors. Where's the olive? There it is. Is as quite beautiful. Gauntlet color, a nice bright red, bright yellow, seat color. Yeah, look at that. That's what we want. That is absolutely amazing. How much is that? That is 9,000. Without the hand protectors or anything. You know what? I think very much that I might just have a little something to have a joy round on. So yeah, I'm going to buy that. Hell, Uh, the other thing that's sitting here is a new TLX Phoenix with how many hours on it? 29.5 hours or 29.9 hours on it. That compares to our CMS TLX Phoenix that now has 28. So actually, we've got less hours on our current Phoenix, and we have 2 trucks anyway. So not looking at either of those. What we do want to get, and I'm probably going to have a look in here for this because I'm not exactly sure what category this mod comes under, but this is the multi-blade. Now this is going to be very, very useful to us to push stuff about. Now there's a folding mechanism, log fork standard. I kind of want to get it with the log fork on it, and I hopefully will be able to still do bits on it. Extension, frame grid. I think we'll put the frame grid on it. Winch, yes. Edge, yes. I think we'll have a straight edge on it. What are the plinks? Oh, plinks are not sure. Warning strips, yes. Oh, various warning strips. Yeah, black, yellow warning strips on them. Attacher type, we want wheel loader because we're going to be using it on our tracked wheel loader mainly. Main color, we're going to be using it on the other one, yeah. I think it's color black. Edge color, I think we will go for a nice deep red. Extension color, yellow, and I can put a license plate on it. Okay, we're not going to put a license plate on it because we don't need to. So that's pretty good. You know what? I don't think I need the log fork setup. I think I need the folding mechanism just to give us a nice wide push on this blade. I can go and rework it later. We'll go with that. And that should do pretty perfectly for us. Main color, I am actually going to change back to the black. I think that is much nicer. And then I'm going to put the yellow back on the edge. There we go. That is what I'm going to go for. That is going to cost 8,861. So we will buy that. Yes. Okay. And yeah, that is what we're after up here. This to push that. And I might have to ride the bike back at the end of this just to go for a little joyride and have a go around. I have bought that simply because it's available. And because I fancy just having a little bit of fun on here. This map is one of those maps where that kind of piece of equipment is just so much fun to ride around. Now, this should fold in. Yep. So, yeah, this is set up a little bit more like a silage blade at the moment, but should be perfect for us to push logs around. And the other advantage is we now have the winch on the front. So if we need to pull logs out or we need to pull anything towards our excavator to make things easier, we can do that now too. The great thing about this, if I want to get rid of snow around the logging camp as well, we have got some on the way later today. We now have something we can push snow out of the way with too. So that's pretty excellent. Let's come around here and just going to place this down. We will drop it off the front and back out the way because this is not the piece of equipment I want to put this on. This is. So, yeah, it's rather weird. We got 2 wheel loaders on here. And this very much is a wheel loader. Until I had it right next to the other one a minute ago, I didn't realize exactly how big this was. This is bigger than our class, which is slightly ridiculous. So we'll connect that up. I don't think we need to connect up any pipes or anything. It should just unfold. And then the idea is nice wide blade. we can just push these with it all the way up to the other wall. So like that. In there like so. And then this, we can hook this back up and hopefully get this underneath. This is why I've put the lips on this side, on those back ones, because it will help to get some space underneath these logs, and hopefully mean that we can then pick up the whole pile at once. So, yeah, up to the back there. Look at that. Oh my god, that works so well. That's an entire tree in one go. That is awesome. So we've picked these up directly in the middle. We've picked up the entire tree. And it's all really, really neat. Let's get the TLX Phoenix, get the logging trailer on, and get this set up, because that is more successful than I'd expected. That is just going to make it so easy for us to load logs and trees up. Load logs up now. It's ridiculous. And we won't be doing any more of that dropping logs onto the logging trailer, because we should be able to, if I can connect everything up, there we go. We should be able to just place them in and pull back. And, oh man, that is going to make all the difference to this. Right, up to 4th gear, pull forwards. Get this into the loading position, which is about there-ish, and see if we can actually just get these on in a nice, neat way, and see if this works. But yeah, this changes everything as far as our logging is concerned. Yeah, look at this, neatly lined up in the middle. We can then just place this here, and what I do is I bring this down nice and low, open up that at the far side, and just back out, and the logs are on there without any issue. That is absolutely fantastic. So that's how we're going to be doing it. We're going to get this lined up, get the other wheel load out of the way, cut a tree, and then get it into the loading area. Oh man, that couldn't have gone any better. That couldn't tree in and cut, and wow, does it just make everything simpler. Even if I drop one like that, I can just come back in, push the whole thing up and into there like that, grab it, and pick up the whole tree. That is an absolute game changer. It is brilliant. And yeah, we can get several trees in here very quickly and very easily now, and so neatly. It really does change everything about how we're loading logs on here, and we can just place them into the trailer. I know lots of comments last time about how if I was dropping trees onto the trailer, like I was at the end of the last video, that it would cause so much damage to the trailer. So we just jump out of here, we move our multi-bladed one out the way, pop into here, cut a tree. I'm half tempted to cut a load of trees and then just do them this way. We could put multiple trees in here, and I did originally build this for multiple trees to go into there, but to be honest, we are much better off just taking a single tree at a time, using our concrete to get them in place. I'm gonna have to cut lots of trees to get just this one tree down. and as a result, we are much better off just taking like a single tree at a time and doing it. Did I get that right? I did. That one there is not falling because it's attached to this one. Right. I'm going to be cutting 5 trees down anyway, or 6 trees down anyway, to get just this one that is already, done. And this actually is probably where having the chain on the front of our blade is going to come in useful. Because we'll be able to come in there and just pull these trees out and into a better position for this, rather actually than getting this to come along and pull the trees out of here. So let's just turn that back across, down a bit. There we are. And back it out. Yeah, we want to try and keep the tree to the right hand or the left hand side of the of our excavator, because then it will go into the space easier. Let's bring it round the other way like that. Yeah, because you can see now the one issue that I can have is if I can't get the tree into here straight enough. So reverse and turn that way, because we then need to bring it across and try and target it to that back corner. And I'm going to have to go drive forward slightly. There we go. But as long as we can get it in there and not have it go between those two walls, that's when we'll have a problem. But I think for the most part we're okay here. Yep, that has worked. They are all there against that back wall, so we shouldn't need now to get that to get the blade in here, because they're all far enough across that we should be able to just drive into here and pick them all up. So in we go, up against the wall. Yeah, you can see there is a little bit of an issue, because there is 1 or 2 that are out at the side, and it's getting it all up against this wall. That's where the trouble comes in, and getting underneath them. Let's open that right up. There we go. Yeah, it's getting them to go up that wall, because if they go up that wall, I can get underneath all of them, close around that, lift, and no gap, or no significant gap. And this is the thing, if we have to back out this way, because if we don't, we catch the wall and then a log falls out like that. However, I'm quite happy with that. I mean, a single log down, not quite as neat as we've had with the others, but this is the first one where I've not actually gone and pushed logs up against the wall before picking them up. That is going so well. I'm really pleased. 3 logs down, 3 trees down, and we're on to the 4th. Can load that up, and we're going to take all of this down to the sawmill. So what I want to do now, I think, is see if we can use this to pull these trees out of here, because it's going to be difficult to get our excavator down there. So can I grab this? Let's see. Pull winch. There we go. And we want to attach it to that first. Control it. Oh, we can control the winch. So yeah. Was that pulling? I'm not sure. It's pulling. And as long as that tree's being pulled forwards, we're good. Yeah, there we go. This here is going to cause me issues. Can I cut that stump? Yeah, we'd have to get a stump grinder in here, and currently we have the winch attached. And we have the blade attached. And it's detached. onto this, and we'll pull this one forward first. But yeah, this is exactly how I want to be getting my my logs out of here, so that we don't have to worry about the excavator pulling logs about much. And yeah, this is now working very much how I wanted to, and I'm very pleased with this. Very pleased with this. Just need to get us off this stump here like that. Having pushed those 2 trees out of the way and loaded up the other one, we're going to now go and get that, attach, and another. Oh no, why is detach everything? So attach, what is it to attach it to another tree? Oh, it's another R. So there we go, and B, there we are. So that's attached to those. Back it out, and we should be able to pull both of these trees back towards our main thing now. Let's see if we can avoid our it as well. Come on. Come on. It's coming. Slowly, but it's coming. Because we've got really far over to the left. We're no longer straight onto them. Oh. They're over here. Right. And see if we can't avoid that. And pull it more out this way. Yeah, there we go. Came free. And we can now detach that. So, detach them all. Now the thing I need to do is probably move my excavator out of the way, come round and just push them over towards those rocks over there, and get things into the right place over the top like that. And yeah, then I can just park this over here out the way. What we're going to do is just take one, put it into our loading area, get that loaded up, and then take the second. So there, and grab that. It's going to push it backwards a little bit, but that's fine. And bring it over here. Oh, this is just such an elegant system. Just works so well for us to load everything up, make nice neat piles, and make everything go better, he says, as he finally hits the edge of the gap. Yeah, does mean we need to get it in here straighter, because otherwise we run into problems. There we go. And one more. In it goes. Back this off, and we want to, yeah, now straighten all that up. But we can use the blade to do that. That is the beauty of this setup, is that we just take our blade now that we've got here, and just line everything up so that we can get the other wheel loader in and load it up. And then once we've got our 6 trees done, we just take this wheel loader and we go and get everything else sorted. So yeah, that in there like that. If we really want to, we can come around here with the blade and push everything up against the end, so it's easier for our log grab to come in, and we're not having to then do that with the log grab. So just do that like that. Nice neat pile. Get the blade off the floor, and then in here with this like so. Get under it with the grab, use the angled bits of our wall at the far end just to make sure we get under everything like so. Close it up and then carefully reverse out, trying not, yeah, this is the trouble. So actually no easy way to get away from that wall, but we have done it. There we go. And just go and load on our nice, neat pile of logs onto the trailer. I can't believe how much difference this has made. to the whole system, to simplifying everything. It's just made a massive difference, and we can actually realistically place logs onto the trailer now. We don't have to dump them on. In fact, I think we might be able to get 2 more trees on here. We can certainly get 1 more. So let's get this out the way over here, and yeah, get this last log cut and loaded up. In fact, I think for today, for a proof of concept, this has worked really, really well. I want to get all the stumps ground today as well. So what we're going to do is open up grab there, turn that. Oh, I've actually got myself really turned around now as well. So let's spin this round. There we are. And then spin this round, and we can pick up this log or this tree. So yeah, it's not a log yet. Down and grab. Nope, a little bit out, a little bit up. Sometimes they can be a little bit finicky. There we go. And back it up. Well, actually, we've got really turned around again, because we're now going forwards to get out of here. Lift that, and away we go. So yeah, putting it at the edge at a slight angle means that we get it as far across really as we can. I do love that I keep making those wall stacks almost. But that is all in there and ready to be lifted up. In fact, that's fairly straight. I probably will just maneuver it with the blade quickly though, because this blade does mean that everything is at the same point, and we don't have to worry so much about it. But with how well that is all clumped in there, we should be able to just take this in and pick up the whole pile. I don't think we needed quite so long a wall, is the only thing I will say. It's quite a long wall that we got on that section, but everything grabbed, it would appear so. Yeah, so I'm going to try going straight back out this time. There we go. That is how to do it. Straight back out, pick it up, and yeah, this new system, absolute game changer, and makes a massive difference to our entire logging operation here, and just simplifies everything. Open that up, carefully try and distribute the logs across here. Yeah, you see, I've got one. Whoa, let's close that, catch that before it drops off. I think I'll put that on the front. So reverse this up, and we'll get it onto the front. And yeah, I'll call that loaded, because that is probably the neatest loading I think I've ever had on this. Definitely the most realistic for loading it onto the trailer. We didn't drop anything onto it. I'm so pleased with how well that's worked. Right, so strap this all down. We're going to go and take this to our sawmill shortly and get that running with some new stuff in it. First, I am going to just go and drop the blade off this. So fold the blade up and put it over here. And what I want to do is grab stump grinder, get rid of all those new stumps we've created, so that next time we come to do this, we are not trying to do that. There we are. And so now, really slow this goes again, just for connecting that stuff up. But we can grind away these stumps. I really like this this track wheel loader. I mean, it's just absolutely fantastic. for what we needed at the time, and has made a big difference to what we've got. I love the fact that it just works so well. Other than being really slow when this is attached but not activated. That is the only downside to this, and I'm not quite sure why it does it. It doesn't do it with anything else that connects to the front of it. Just this, and I'm guessing it's a setting somewhere that's not quite right. But it works well, and it's made short work of all of the stumps we've got here. I'm very much considering getting rid of the 2 big stones that we've got still sitting here. Keep rolling over them and it keeps causing me trouble, so yeah, I think we might need to get rid of those. But now though that is done, can I close this door? I'm not quite sure what the what do we have? So let's start the engine up, because it does have opening and closing doors, this. No, switch to the right piece. Oh, hang on. Closed door, X. There we go. Done. Yeah. Like that a lot. Right, let's go drop these off at the sawmill, because we have a nice big trailer full of wood here that has been an absolute joy to load up. So down to the sawmill. We do have quite a few items over there ready to load up. I wanted to fill up the sawmill quite a bit, because we're going to need quite a few bits later on once we've got all of our wool done. So yeah, that's going to be something I need to do. What I need to do first though is, yeah, that's beginning to load, so we'll take all of the straps off and we'll leave this here unloading, because there's one last thing, and that is this. Shall we get this back to our logging camp? I think we probably should. And I don't think we can jump this, but certainly, well, we can jump it, but I don't think we can do wheelies and things. I want to get back, and I really must sort myself a crash helmet as well. We'll see if we can pick one of those up when we get back to the house. I am very pleased to have this. This is going to be a nice little bit of fun that we can ride around and go and do bits. But I want to drop it off back at our logging camp first. We'll put it beside our truck. We're going to have to build a garage, I think, at some point. We've got a couple of vehicles for ourselves. And down and home. Perfect for this map, this bike. There we go. And park it up. There we go. So the bike's back. And now all we have to worry about is unloading the rest of this wood. That's very, very useful of the sawmill to turn on all its lights. But yeah, so we'll get this unloaded. We'll get the sawmill processing again. And once again, we are going to finish down here getting the production running on the sawmill. We are going to be heading over to the sawmill. We've got a lot of production after the last 2 days woodwork and getting all the logs delivered down there. So we've got to go and move some of those. We're going to do a mass sell-off to the railway, because we tend to have the best prices there for that. So we've got to take our little JCB skid steer and do that. We also have actually quite a bit of wool sitting here. We've got about 2,500 litres of wool sitting here at the moment. So what I want to do is go and give the sheep a little bit of hay, because they've run out in front of here. They've still got 8,000 litres actually in there, but if we just make sure there's always a bale in here that is getting fed to them, then they will be all right. And then once we've done that, we can start getting loaded up with our wool pallets here. So let's go drop our bale spike off. We'll drop it just in front of here like this. And then we can switch over, grab our pallet forts, which have had a lot of use. They really have. And we'll be able then to get the wool pallets onto here along with the skid steer. Now, the thing about the skid steer is actually that we probably could get away with using the Unimog for this job, to be honest. But I'm gonna take the flatbed and do it that way, because we can always go and drop off some planks and things down at some of our other factories. Oh wow, this is not very flat at all coming onto here. Not making it easy. Right, we grab one at the side, and this is what I'm trying to do. Try and grab them at the side like this, because we're able then to grab two at a time sideways. Don't have a flat area coming in from the other way, so this is the easiest way to pick these up and get them onto our trailer. And yeah, if I go and drive on the back of the trailer and put them up on the front, we should be able then to pull them off the correct way when we get down to the factory. Those work. Lifting ourselves up off the ground. Actually, we've got an extending arm here. Let's get them right up to the end and put them on like that. Perfect. And then we've just got one more that we need to grab. Gonna put my foot right in for this, and then come up on the side of here. I don't know how much is in this, but as long as it sort of balances out what we've got over there, we should end up with 2,000 litres of fabric, which will put us halfway to doing our finishing off our boat. And in fact, yes, there's 651 litres here. That should be enough to make up the difference on what we already have over there and get a pallet out. So yeah, looks like we're going to be about halfway there with the fabric that we need to get the ship finished, and then we will be well on the way to making a whole load of money. I think we're going to should make about 800,000, which will easily be enough to buy the remaining productions that we need to get all of this done. So that is that all hooked up. So let's get moving out and over down to the sawmill. Before we get to the sawmill, we're actually going to pull in at the spinnery. We should be able, I think, to just pull in and directly offload it off the trailer without having to get our skid steer off. So if I pull into here like so, this should unload it. Yep, and that's why we put it at the front of the flatbed. And then we'll back out and back on to here. There we go. And back round over to the loading area, and it's really full. I mean, this will be the largest amount of money we make off a single load up, I think, ever. It's a huge amount that we've got here. Let's have a look. We've got 4 full pallets of the prefab. We've got 3, 6, 9 pallets of the beams. 3, 6, 9, 12, 13 pallets of the long planks, and 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 19 of the other. And I've just seen the train run past, so what we're going to do before it gets too far is get it rented. It should stop then. Yeah, and start coming back towards us. I think it's slowing down. It'll be back here in a minute. In the meantime, I'm going to start up my truck, get the ramps back down off here. Nope. They don't always come out. There we go. That's got them. And then we can turn it off and jump in. And there comes the train back. Oh, we need to unclip these. Into position. And what shall I start with? I think we need to work out what we're going to need elsewhere. So we are still processing some of the wood, so there's still stuff to come out of here. We still have a decent amount of iron ore, but I want to go and fill that up in the near future. We want to turn on the wool production, and it's 2 wool to 1 fabric. So that will be 1,324, which will be enough to get 1,324 is going to be enough to get over 2,000. So we'll have 2 loads of fabric out, which is great. That's halfway to what we need. Now, to create pepper grinders, it would be more efficient to do wood, and people have pointed this out before, but we have lots of long planks, and I think we'll go and drop those off there. We can do the bowls and the pepper grinders from there. 50 to 150, 150 to 210. Okay, so we want to go and do those, and we'll straight up just sell those. So that's the long planks. So everything else other than the long planks can go onto the train, and that includes the short planks. So we will start with them as they are taking up a lot of space here, and we can easily get those onto the train without much trouble. So down. And we'll do double stacks of those to start off with. And then, we should be able to get the beams and the walls, the prefab walls, onto probably just the front of the train. I think we've got lots of space on here to play with. So, play with it, we're going to. I have a nagging feeling that we are going to need some of these short planks, or some of our beams, in order to do either the barrels or the furniture. And I'm really hesitant to sell all of them. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave myself with 8 pallets of the short planks to make sure we've got enough. I'm going to leave myself with 4 of the beams, and we're going to sell off all of the prefabs, because I don't think prefabs are used for either of the things that we're doing, and they will sell quite well. If we can get 110,000, so we only need 40,000 off this sale, we'll be able to buy one of the new productions that we need today. So that, I think, is going to do us really well to get that sorted, and to get 40,000. I think these sell for like 5,000 each, so half of what we need should just come from the prefab walls. I think that is going to be a big part of the money we need today to get one of those productions, and then after that we should be able to get that started, and we can then sell stuff from that to get that on the roller coaster. And with that, we should then also... Oh, wow, we just had another prefab arrive. That's huge. That's massive, because that means that we've got 5 of these to sell, which, if I'm right, 5 of these should be about 25,000 on their own. Yeah, the prefab... Wow, the prefab walls going to Elm Creek is 5,700 right now. It is a fairly good time to sell. It's not bad at all. So we are looking at making 5,700 per prefab. That is nearly 30,000 off just these, let alone selling off anything else. And we know that we can easily get more wood to do more of these. So that is actually pretty awesome. So let's back this up and make this easier to load. Might then have to pull it forward to load other stuff later. But all right, stop you there and off. It's really, really good. I'm ecstatic by that. That is, we're going to be getting a new production today. This is going to be our biggest income yet. It'll be dwarfed by when we get the boat, but it is going to be our biggest income so far, and that is absolutely massive for us. So let's put that on there and do that. I do like that you have to own almost every single production on this map in order to finish the roller coaster. It is so involved to get this roller coaster going. And, well, I wanted to do it in 50 videos. And we are up to 44. So it's very likely that, well, we got to produce enough stuff in order to be able to do that in the next 6 episodes if I wanted. That was the whole aim of this series, is to get the roller coaster built, starting from the meager amounts of money we had moving over from whole macro. We didn't have a huge amount more than a start from scratch, to be honest. So I'm quite happy with our progress on here. And yeah, this is going to be a huge payday with all of these prefabs on here, and then all of the single, the small bale, small pallets, the pallets of regular planks as well. We're gonna just move this forward again, and I'm gonna rework how I've got the small planks on here because we've had another one spawn. There we go, and stop there. Look at that. That is good. That is absolutely brilliant. Right, undo that. And then I just want to move that small plank forward because we have one more that we can slot onto here in order to sell a bit more. Up. Okay, a little bit further forward. This is why the teleskid's so good. I can reach parts of this train that I can't with any other skid steer. It just makes things so much easier to load onto this train. And if we got another skid steer, I would absolutely leave this one here and just use it to load the train up and load things here all the time. Because we have that reach with it, it would make things easier. Or just use it as our loading up one in general, and then have the other one down at the logging yard. So leave this on on that little trailer all the time. Right, let's just push that forwards and out and down and off. There we go. So what? That's 4 on each of those. So 4, 8, 12 pallets of the standard ones. We'll take wow. Yeah, we'll leave 4. So I'm going to leave those 4 there. And we'll grab the other 6. How I'm going to get out of here with these, I don't know. But we'll give it a try. And then under and up. Yeah, because it's knocking them really, really tight through here. But that's got them. So, yeah, we'll grab those and stick those on here as well. And not bad by 10:30 in the morning. Looking at having a pretty sorted train. Get my centre of gravity low. And back and on. And then just push those two together a little bit. Nice and gently does it. Right, we can strap those down. We can spread things out a little bit more because we're not needing to put too much more onto here. Last couple of ones with the beams that we're going to sell. And yeah, this should be more than enough to get the money we need to buy one of our two remaining ones. I think I'm going to go for the furniture factory. We've got enough stuff kicking around to do that. And I know we need metal for the other. We can get metal, but for now, I think I'd like to do that. So let's send this off, and then I can start loading up the planks onto the other one, the long planks. So away you go. 276 in leasing costs, but the amount of money that is going to make us is going to be massive. Loading up the long planks onto the trailer, and I think our train is about to leave for Elm Creek. So I'm expecting the money to roll in any minute. And as soon as it does, I think we're going to have enough to go and do what we want. Otherwise, we are going to have enough to go and do some other bits. Oh, this is not the best place to load up, and I kind of wish I hadn't parked my my truck here. I might move it. There we go. 136,713. As I said, more than enough for us to actually get what we want. So let's get the rest of this loaded up. And then we can go and drop these down at the down at our wood turning factory. And actually, what we can do from that point of view is the furniture factory is right next door, so we can buy the furniture factory and go and get some start getting some furniture turned out. Maybe if we're lucky, maybe it's worth loading all of this up onto the truck and taking it down there. I don't know. I kind of want to load up a few pallets of this and go and get the wood turning going, so we've got more money coming in. Because more money coming in is always a good thing. And at the moment, we still have one thing to buy. So if we buy the furniture factory now, we're going to want to buy the barrel factory fairly soon after. And it's quite possible we're going to have to load up any of this in order to use it down there. So I think, again, we'll leave 4 pallets of these long planks down here, and get the rest loaded up and taken down to our wood turner. We can actually leave this here because we're not going to need our little teleskid to unload anything. We can unload these fairly easily down there. And yeah, I don't want to put it on just to take it off at the other end. There we go. Right, I think we've got 3 more pallets that we can load up and take with us. And then we've got plenty left up here for anything we need it for. Including if we want to get more sold. I'm quite happy with that. It is very, very nice to have been able to have made enough to get the next production we need. And then after this, it's just 1 production left. And I think that's probably the last one. I don't think there's anything more that we need to buy to get the last couple of bits produced for our roller coaster. Everything seems to be already in place. Final long planks. Get them onto the back. We'll get all of these down to the wood turner. And yeah, they'll make more money than if we just had long planks selling. And done. Takes longer to produce them, but at the end of the day, they make more money overall. Start this up. And like that. Put in the rear ramps because we still had those out. And away we go. Looks like the traffic is still held here. from when the train was here. So, yeah, I'm going to get moving and head on down to the wood turner. The one good thing we've got is that the furniture factory is right next door to the wood turner, so we should be able to pull in and purchase that as we pull into the wood turner. And if it needs only planks, well, we can kind of give it a load of those straight off the bat. So let's have a look here. Yeah, Northwest Classic Furniture, 5 for 110. Yes, please. And now we can have a look in here, and we've got new stuff. Right, what we don't need... Oh, wow. So, yes, it takes planks long to do this. So, I think what we'll do is we'll deliver some of... Because I bet these... Oh, wow. Nope, just planks long. That's good. So, we've got planks and planks long. Let's activate the planks long version of this. And we will deliver some of the ones that we've got at the moment into here. So yeah, let's deliver some of the back ones. We kept 4 back at the top. We don't need a huge number of chairs or tables. We just need enough to finish off the... actually, do you know what? I am going to load a whole load of this into here, because once we've done those... I think what we'll do is we'll get them just automatically selling. Meanwhile, I'm going to stick this into here as well. Get that started again. And then we'll go up to the top. We know that we can put in short planks for chairs and tables. And we know that we don't need the big... Whoa, out of the way there. We don't need the wooden beams, so we can get those sold. Back up to the sawmill, and yeah, we've got way more stuff than we need here. So I think the barrels are going to use these, so I'm not really wanting to sell them off. What is the difference between how much it takes to do chairs and tables and how much it takes to do the pepper grinders? So 150 for 50, 125 for 50, and 80 for 100. I think chairs and tables might actually be better for us selling off. Just sort of looking at the maths a little bit. Let's have a look. A table, tables sell for 2,700 if we put them to Elm Creek. But wow, Sunnyside Cafe takes 3,000 for them. That's exceptional. Whereas chairs... those sell for 1,000, and the bowls sell for just under 2,000, and where are our last ones? Pepper grinder, yeah, 1,000. So tables definitely seem to be probably the best way for us to go, especially with Sunnyside Cafe taking them for 3,000. So I'm going to actually go and put all of these into our furniture one, and we can sell tables to Sunnyside Cafe for around 3 grand a pop, or 3 grand per 1,000 liters, and make a really decent amount of money off it. I think that is a very good way to go. We won't do the automatic selling like we've done with other places. We will just load them up and take them to Sunnyside Cafe when they're ready to go. So under here and back, and then the rest, well, we don't really have a use for the beams, and we're going to have a use for the short planks in the near future, depending on where we go with the barrels. So Let's drop that onto there. And like that. Something I do need to do before we go any further is turn off some of our productions because we have run out of wood here. So deactivate all of this. Stop it costing us money. And yeah, another 28,000 is what we've got. We are going to need a lot more. I think it's 130,000 for the barrel factory. So we're going to leave the... well, actually, where do our wooden beams sell? So they will... Elm Creek will take them for 3,367. That's a good 500 pound more per 1,000 litres. So I think we're better off leaving them here for now. And when we do our next big sell-off to Elm Creek, we will sell those again and make the extra 500 pounds. I mean, that's an extra 2,000 pounds, I think, if we get those, if not more, because they may be bigger. So yeah, it's not worth doing it. In fact, it's probably worth getting the train here again and selling them to Elm Creek, because it wouldn't cost us very much, but it is more efficient if we wait. Now, off of the fronter here, there we go, and all the weight on the back of the truck there. I want to put the ramps down at the back, and yeah, we're going to hold on to the rest of what we've got here until later. Oh, I wonder, do we have any fabric produced over here yet? Can we load this up and take this over to our ship? Ah, we could. It's how much? It's 1,000 litres. I think we'll wait until we've got all 4 of those pallets out of there, which is going to be a little while longer, but that should do. We should do fairly well for that and be able to do that. So all in all, it's fairly good. We have bought the furniture factory. We know we need to still buy the barrel factory. We've got to get barrels on here as well. Let's strap our little skid steer down, up with the ramps, and yeah, I'm going to take these down to the furniture factory, and we'll go and have a look and see exactly how much and of what that we need to complete the roller coaster. Let's pull in over to here, and it's just up here on the right. We can. I'm actually surprised that that these take. I don't know why I'm surprised. Actually, I'm slightly surprised they don't take the wooden beams at all. That's what I would quite like to have seen it take. But that has unloaded that. Where do they come out? Do they come out around the back? Yes, they'll come out round here. So that will serve quite well. So far, we've got 195 chairs, litres chair, and 181 litres of tables. So yeah, metal is for the armoire. So we don't need that at the moment. I am gonna go and pop down to the roller coaster and see what is still needed from there. We know that we only need a little bit more fabric, another 3,000 litres of fabric in order to get the ship finished. So we'll be keeping an eye out on another 4 pallets, I think it is, from our sheep. But we need, we need a darn sight more for the roller coaster. I still think we're going to end up finishing the ship before we finish the roller coaster on here. We're so close with the ship, but the roller coaster is still a way off, and still an entire production off. I mean, we still need to buy the barrel factory in order to complete the roller coaster. So we're not going to get run over. No, so yeah, we need 408 liters of chair, 408 liters of table, 408 liters of barrel, and 264 liters of bucket to finish this. And I think that's all we need to finish it, because look at the state of the rest of this. I think the rest of this is pretty much there. So the barrel factory is the next thing we need to purchase. And I believe that is up here on the right-hand side. Yeah, is this the barrel factory? Yeah, this is the barrel factory. And it's 120,000, which we currently do not have. We are 90,000 away from buying the spiffy barrel making factory. As soon as we get that, we can get the 400 odd liters out that we need. And then we can go from there. But there's not much more we can do today, so I'm going to leave this here. We are going to be doing a whole load of deliveries. We've got some wool here to take down to our spinnery. We've got some fabric to pick up from down there and deliver down to the boatyard. And we have some tables and chairs to deliver to the roller coaster. So we're going to get those started first today. Then if we have time, what we might do is come back and see if we can cut some more trees from our tree farm over there. So we're going to have to, well, I'm going to load up the JCB, our little skid steer, in a minute. But first, what I want to do is grab the bale of, or the pallet of wool we have here. We might as well take this down to the spinnery while we're at it. I'm going to leave the other pallet here. It's not very full, and it'll be a while before it is. And this will just mean that we're just saving a little bit of a journey. In fact, it makes this journey a little bit more worth it to do this. Using the Unimog is great because it just means that we can load stuff onto the back of this for transport, and then transport our little skid steer with us, or our teleskid with us, I should say. And as usual, we want to back this onto the trailer. That way it will nice and easily balance things out. If I don't back it onto here, yeah, it causes a little bit of a bad weight distribution. Take that down. Not too bad. And lock it on like so. Right, let's get these down to our fabric, our spinnery, and we'll drop these off and pick up the fabric that we've got down there. And down to our spinnery that we built just around the corner here. I think we've got 2 lots of fabric out of here so far, which is great. I did get a message. Submerged asked in the comments last time, said would have been a good idea to have taken the fabric so it could start processing at the boatyard. And yes, very much. And that's actually been my plan. I just didn't feel that there was enough fabric here to get it processing initially. But what we're doing today is exactly that. We're taking half the fabric that we've already got, getting that processing, so there's enough time for the rest of the for the fabric to have processed by the time that we drop off the second lot when we've got more out of here. So I'm looking to take these down in 2 lots, let them process through, and then hopefully we should get the boat out fairly quickly after that. These are not overly bad, overly time-consuming to process, I don't think, at the boatyard. So we just want to kind of get a couple on there, make sure it starts processing, and then get it through. It's a little bit of a necessity at this point. We kind of need the money from the boat in order to complete things. Although, as Dave Hunter pointed out, I think the amount of money I'm going to make off this boat is probably a little bit less than I expected. Lots of people have got a lot less money out. So Dave told me in the comments that basically Dagger Win on easy economy got 300, while as my good friend Mr. Sealy P only got about 100. So we may only get 100,000 out for this boat when we finish it. Not the end of the world, not a bad thing. Oh, why did I do that? Didn't want to do that. We need that much money. I mean, we only need about 120,000. It's either 110 or 120,000 to get the last factory, the barrel factory that we need. Let's get that unfolded again. There we go. And so yeah, we just need to get enough money from what we've got to get that barrel factory and start barrels processing. Gone on here forwards and I didn't mean to. Yeah, that's going to cause a lot of rear wing. Let's switch this around and get this back on here. So yeah, 100,000, if that's all we get for our ship, will be enough. I don't need really any more than that. It would have been nice to have got closer to $1 million for a boat. But yeah, from the sounds of it, that is not how much we're going to get. And it may be that the people who initially told me how much you could get from a boat were mistaken. So let's take this 2,000 liters of fabric. I think we're tall enough to get through here without getting it wet. Yes, we are. And we can head up through the woodlands here and over to the ship. Now, the fabric we got on here is not going to actually give us any money from this immediately. It's going to be part of the ship and going to take us ever closer to the launch now that we are down here. So we'll drop this off here, and doing so will get us moving forward. So we now have 1,995 liters of fabric. We need 3,594. So we need another 2 pallets of fabric, which based on what we have is going to be another 3 pallets of wool, of which one we've already got going, and that should then sort us out up there. So this is getting ever closer to completion as well. I'm very, very pleased that we've got the boat getting nearer. Now, though, we need to head over to the furniture factory. We've already got some chairs and some tables there, so we're going to load all of those up onto here as well, and take those over to the roller coaster. And the easiest access to the furniture factory, I think, is going to be from this side road here. So is it just here, I think? Yes, it is just here. And there are our chairs and tables. So bring this up, park it up here, and open up our trailer so that we can load these up. Why are you beeping at me? I'm nowhere near you. Right, get this started up. Yeah, he's headed off. I have no idea why he's beeping at me. So we've got 2 sets of chairs and 2 sets of tables here. We're going to load both of, or all of them up. So let's grab this here. I don't think, well, actually, how many liters of tables do we have here? We've got 1,000 liters of tables, we've got, and a couple of 1,000 liters of chairs. Oh, a couple of 1,000 liters of tables and a couple of 1,000 liters of chairs in total. They will make us a fair amount of money. Chairs, the best place for chairs, Elm Creek, no, Sunnyside Cafe, no, Waffle Hut North. They want them at 1,841. So, yeah, we want to run those up there. The roller coaster is only 1,521. So, yeah, we want to run spares up to Waffle House North. And if we look at the tables, 2,800, 2,900. Yeah, so Sunnyside Cafe is the best place to take our excess tables. So, yeah, we want to get these over to the roller coaster. The stuff that we know will finish off the roller coaster can go over there. And I think we probably want a couple of different journeys around to sort out the others. Where is Sunnyside Cafe? Sunnyside Cafe is just across the road, actually. We could take those across there now, I think. So, yeah, that'll be the plan, is the spare table we've got. That will just run across the road with this. The spare chair will take up to the other place that needs dropping off. But first, we'll just load up this chair and this table and get them round to where we need them. The whole point in creating these in the first place, and that is so that we can get the roller coaster just that little bit closer. We still need some barrels for it. I think there might be something else we need for it as well, which is why we've got our eye on the barrel factory. But if we keep making money from these things and keep delivering stuff, I think we're gonna raise the cash we need to get the barrel factory in no time and complete the construction of the roller coaster, which is what we're aiming to do. Can we do that before episode 50? We are at episode, I think we've got 5 or 6 episodes to go before that. So there and there and there. Strap all that down. I'm actually going to disconnect those and leave the trailer here because this is a short hop down the road to get this dropped off, and then we're going to go and take our excess table across the road to Sunnyside Cafe. And yep, it is just a short hop around to here. So bring this in. It's only about 400 litres of this it needs, but we can't deliver less than that. There we go. So chair, table, barrel and bucket is what it needs. And it's got 1,000 litres of tables and chairs. We need to deliver, yeah, a little bit of barrels and a little bit of buckets, both of which come from the barrel factory. We also made a little bit of money off that. I didn't see how much because I was concentrating on how much we needed. But it wasn't insignificant because we're over 50,000 now. And it's the tables that we need to deliver to the Sunnyside Cafe. So let's bring this across to here. We'll jump into this and go and grab the table, run it across the road quickly and deliver it to the Sunnyside Cafe. Very tight round here getting in to pick this table up. But yeah, in we go. And I think a skid steer is an absolute must on this map. It really, really helps with maneuverability to be able to turn on a dime around so many places around here. Over here, and Sunnyside Cafe, I think, is not the one on the corner here, is it? No, that's the clothing place. I think Sunnyside Cafe is this building here, or is just behind this building here. But yeah, what does this say? That says antiques. This here says Sunnyside Cafe. Perfect. So this can go around the back here, and we'll just deliver it into this spot. Sell off the tables. 2,915 in sold product there. Perfect. Right, let's just load up the chairs then, and then we can head off to our other destination and get those sold. I've hitched the Unimog back onto the trailer because we're not coming back down here, so I want to take the skid steer with me. Just need to get this pallet of chairs onto here, like that. There we go. And they're not very far onto there, actually. Let's reposition that. Sometimes it's really difficult to tell depth with this, and much better just to do the third person angle, just to get things a little bit more exact. Strap those down. And then we'll get this back onto the trailer and we can go and see. I think it was Northside Cafe was where I saw the seats need to go. Or the chairs need to go. So we'll back this up onto here. Drop everything down. Turn it off. Which is something I forget to do on way too often a basis. Drop the trailer down. Lock all of that. Good. Right, let's head off and get these sold. And bringing things full circle, Waffle Hut North is actually located just behind the fuel station near our logging camp, which is amazing. So yeah, it's right here. And what we can do is just pull that into there, sell those off there. And 1,841 for those. And we just come in and go straight across our grass field to come back home. That went around really, really well. We have done that all by 11 a.m., which is incredible. That's at least 10,000. In fact, I think we'll have a look at a moment to see exactly how much money we've made today. But I think that's a decent amount of cash. So off with the beacons, and our total amount of money we've made today, wow, is 20,000. We actually made a decent amount of money every day. Now, part of that is stuff that's automatically selling as well, but I'm fairly sure we've made a decent amount. And yeah, that's really good. So we've made 20,000 today already. That's absolutely brilliant. I think what we want to do though is unload all of this. And then we're going to go and cut some trees down and get them processing, I think. I think that is going to be our best bet. That will be a good use of the day, and we can start doing some more stuff at the sawmill. If we can cut 6 more trees down and get them processed today, that will be a nice full sawmill. And how is our stuff with our sheep going? Yeah, see this? Only has 406 litres in it. So it's going to be a while before we get another bale of, or another pallet of wool off there. So I had a quick thought to look over my productions, and actually I think our time would be better spent today heading up to the mine and loading up with some more metal. We are, yeah, we're down to sort of our last 20,000 litres. And we're going to run out by the next day. So let's do that. And then what we can do is next time we'll be in a position to go and spend an entire day logging and getting stuff together. We do need to have some stuff ready. In fact, I think we still have some stuff ready for the barrel factory when we get it. We are going to need metal for that as well, though. So that is going to be a very good use of our time to make sure that our iron furnace is continually loaded and ready to go. Sheep are well fed, so that's all good. What we need is our wheel loader. That is going to need to come with us as well. So let's switch this over to the bucket, and then we'll head up and we'll go and get a whole load more iron ore. It's probably going to take us a little while to load this up, I think. So probably the rest of today is going to be going up there, loading that up, and getting back down here with it so that we can keep our iron ore production going. I am kind of amazed that this far into this series we've only had one other wheel loader appear in the shop for sale. And that's the one we've got back at the base, the tracked one. And we're still having to bring this one up here. We've had no conveyor belts. We've had no other wheel loaders. It's basically you need to bring this one up here in order to get this done. So, yeah, that surprises me a little bit. And what we need to do now is position this in a good place. Somebody put into the comments last time before I think it was, that to make things a bit more efficient, I really want to get my truck in a better loading position, somewhere like this maybe, so that it's very little space we have to move. And this is where having a conveyor belt up here would be really useful, or even just having another wheel loader up here would be really useful, because we wouldn't take all the time we took getting up here, and we'd very quickly be able to get this loaded up. Now this takes 16 buckets full to load this, so I'm gonna go around, get these done. So we're almost an eighth of the way there. Just this one in, and I've only got to do it 14 more times. And this should be our last 2 buckets. Now we're a little bit over full on one of them, I think. For some reason we keep getting an extra 16 litres in some of these buckets. So I think we're fairly close. But yeah, we don't want a full bucket. We want to be about 100 litres shy of a full bucket. So 2,915 litres would be absolutely perfect. Let's see if we can get it, because I think we're going to fill up the iron factory. Slowly in, and 1,000, 2,090. It went straight up to 3,000, from almost 2,000 litres to 3,000. Which means a little bit is going to be left in our bucket. Oh no, it did all go in. Wow, really? How full is our trailer? 93%. I'm wrong. We've got one last chance to get this ready. I must have miscounted slightly on the number of buckets I needed to put in here. So it went the extra 16 even. So yeah, we're still going to be about 100 litres over. Let's do that. We'll have to tip the extra 100 litres in. Yeah, there we go. 111 litres. I could take another full bucket down there, but we've got more than enough to fill up the iron ore factory, or the iron furnace. So let's turn this around. We'll head back down to there and get that started up. And that will be nicely sorted for a good long while then. Follow there. And yep, away we go down the mountain. It actually hasn't taken us as long as I thought it would to get this back down to here and to our iron furnace. So yeah, that's good news. We'll put the 111 litres of iron ore from this in first. And then hopefully we can pull our truck round with this as well. That will come around to there. Yeah, that gets stuck on there. That's all right. Take the hired worker off. And we can back this up and round. And this can go in sideways. We don't need to back up to it in order to get this right. Although it probably should come in the other way round. That's the thing. It doesn't quite fit with what we need to take it in the other way. Lift this up. And that will be a great amount of iron ore going in here. Loading that up and into our iron furnace, which is not only producing us some metal. We've got 1,000 litres of metal here. This is actually being saved for when we get the barrel factory. We need to use some of this, so that's what that is for there. Otherwise, we are just selling all the metal we get at the moment automatically, and it hasn't taken all of it. Yeah, we are 60,000 litres worth in here. How much do we have left in our truck? 6,544 litres. So what I'm going to do is leave my truck here, and we'll come back to it later. In the meantime, I'm going to take this back to the yard because I think we can go and sort the sheep out a little bit. Make sure they have the maximum amount of feed. And the idea there is that we know when we run out of bales, we will have plenty of time to get that field cut and a whole new set of bales made up. So let's park this in the shed. This squeeze in here. I think it will. I think we need to raise some of the flooring in the shed. Not so bad here, but right at the bottom corner we've got this large lump of concrete that sticks out of the ground, whereas at this end they're well embedded into the ground. So it might be worth actually putting the thinner stuff at the bottom end, although the whole thing about that is you've got more ceiling space because of how it's set up. Now let's jump into this. We're going to spin this around, grab ourselves a bale spike, and then grab us grab ourselves some hay. Actually, I'm just looking at my my rock crusher there. Maybe we can get the rocks that are in our way sorted today, and that will make our job easier next time when we go to do the tree farm. We'll be able to sort that out, and those won't be in the way like they have before. So yeah, I think that's a great way to go. Actually, we'll put this here. That will then feed our sheep, and then now that we've got this bale spike out of the way, we can move this somewhere where it's not in the way for us to grab the next bit. So maybe there-ish, because we're not going to be using those for a while. And then bring this around here. And this is where the teleskids comes really into its own. We can just extend the arm out, attach the rock breaker, bring it back, and then when we're out here, jump out, connect it up, and we're good to go, and we can go and get rid of those rocks around the other side, which would be perfect. There was a rock breaker released on the mod hub. I don't know if people saw the Volvo one, but apparently doesn't actually work as a rock breaker at the moment, unfortunately. Doesn't have the required coding in it, because the only way to get the required coding is to crack the DLC, unfortunately. Actually, our lever is in exactly the right position for us to deal with this once these are broken. Is it cracking? Is this having an effect? Yeah, there we go. So that's one sorted. And we're not going to pick these rocks up. We are just going to get the lever to destroy the pile of stones. Easiest way to do this. Love this. This is just a cracking bit of kit. And this is going to make things so much easier. I had originally left these because I didn't think they'd be in the way. But they've just proved to be such a problem the last 2 times we've done this. I'll back this out, and I'm actually just going to park it over here for now, like so, and then we'll go and put that back in a minute. First, I want to jump in this and just get rid of those rock piles, because like the rocks that spawned them, they are going to be in the way. You don't need to get right down to the ground to do it. But it does seem to help. And just having a couple of patches of, well, worked ground instead of big piles of rocks, that actually works out better for us. No, that's too far. There we go. Right. That has sorted it out. And we can get this out of the way now. And in fact, we want to get this out of the way because it's going to be in the way for us cutting trees next time. That means our teleskid needs to be out of the way as well. So much that we need to move at the moment to make sure that things are sorted. Right, so I'll park this up here, like so. I've noticed the beacon's still going on this. I'll turn that off. Yep, that stopped flashing. And round here, this can then be put out of the way in a place that we've designated for it. I wonder if I can get a lean-to. I know that there is a lean-to mods that we could put out the back here for this. Specifically, yeah, just to look after this, because that would be great. There we go. And yeah, tomorrow I think we will get on to cutting some trees down here and opening up our tree farm a bit. At the moment, we've sort of been cutting this way. I think we could go into it a little bit more this way next time, maybe. We'll have a look at that, though. But for today, I think we're done. I will go and tip the last few bits of iron ore into that. But I think where we're going to end today is having a nice look out over our view from our house here. What an absolutely gorgeous place to be. We are going to be restocking the sawmill. We need to get some more trees out of our tree farm. I can see, did I see some deer through there? I think I did. So yeah, we've got to cut at least 6 trees down from here. Get them into our loading area and get them loaded up onto a trailer. If we can do a couple of loads, that'd be great. But I think this will keep us going for a bit. We are still about 45,000 short of the amount of money we need. We need 120,000 in order to get where we want to go and buy what we want to buy at the moment, namely the barrel factory. So we're going to cut some of these trees, get them out of here, and get them into our sawmill to get in some extra money and some extra wood, to be honest. So let's cut this here. We do have some furniture to sell as well, so we're going to be going down there with the little skid steer and getting that done. It actually, tables and chairs are both wanted at the Sunnyside Cafe at the moment. So what we're probably going to end up doing, just lean over this one to get this cut, is to go down there, get those sold, and get money in from that. I think we're looking at about 20,000 from that. Oh, that's not wanting to fall. Don't want to make that fall that way. That's the trouble I've got here. So let's cut this again. See if we can get it. Trouble is I'm coming in here at an angle because of the log I'm cutting it on. And it's not liking it very much. Let's cut through that. We need to destabilize this. Actually, that's not a good idea. Let's cut that there. See if we can get this wedge to work for us rather than against. And right, and then cut these out from under it. See if we can actually get this to work properly and fall in the right direction. Whoa, that's coming towards me. So that's a good example of a tree not ending up being cut where I want it to be cut, and causing me an issue as a result. In fact, I think in order to get this out of here properly, we're going to have to take this one as well, lay it across this one, and then that will be more easily accessible. So that should be our 4th one. Yep, we need to cut 2 more. And so I think we'll open things up a little bit this way here, and then 1 more after this to cut. And exactly where am I going to do that to open this up? I think we will come in here and take this one here at the back. Yeah, and that will be a good 6 trees. All of these, being lodgepole pines that are fully grown, are at 36.3 meters. And so all of them are of a really good size. Let's get a 7th tree, seeing as this one is stuck against it. We could always do with the extra wood anyway. Oh, and we have a load of logs actually over by our sheds as well that need cutting. So we'll get rid of those too. Meanwhile, those 2 are down, and we can get into this piece of kit here and go and get... Ooh, stuck on that tree. Go and get these processing into our area and get them loaded up. So starter up. unfold our grab, and we'll start with the one actually over this corner here that we ended up having to get done. The thing to remember with this, apart from the fact that I am currently driving in reverse, so I'm completely turned around, is that you mustn't start steering before you have moved off, because it doesn't tend to work. It just gets really confused. So yeah, I'm trying to make sure that I stop doing that to it. Down there and out. I think we are still at 6-meter cuts. Yes, that's unchanged. So we just want to take our processor head in here, and we are not over it. Oh, we're right at the end of it. That's why. Yeah, sometimes you just need to make sure that you're in the right place. And where I am right now is not the right place. Now I'm in the right place. Okay, and then we want to drive forwards to pull it out of here, hopefully not catching it on any other trees, because that then becomes a problem. And the thing about this is that you can maneuver things fairly nicely into areas like this. We want to push that out, get it as close to this end as possible, and cut it to fit in. And then we're going to push them all in with a head in a minute. We can probably do it with our just our normal wheel loader, but if we need to, we can put the blade on the front and push them into position before we start loading them up. So I'm having to do a little bit of musical equipment here. We've got to move the Phoenix out the way in order to get at our log grab. We also need to hook the Phoenix up to the logging trailer anyway, so we might as well do that while we're moving it about. I can't put it in position yet though, because it's going to be blocking our way. But what I do want to do quickly is just pull this trailer out here so we can load these bits of logs onto it. So we'll jump into this, grab our log grab, which is over here, and then we'll be able to go and grab that small pile of logs we've had sitting around for a while over this side and round here. There we are. So push this in and on. And this is the first set of logs for a while I've done without having the advantage of the backboard we've got elsewhere. But I think my ability to grab logs is getting better, because I would never have been able to do that a while ago. That would have been just a complete mess. And the bits that have fallen out are small bits here, which we are going to have to pick up by hand now, because they are completely in my way. But yeah, they're just small bits that we can chuck on here. Like, well, I was going to say like that, but if I chuck it on there like that, that's not going to work. Let's hoof that over. Yeah, look at that. Nicely onto the trailer. And then there was another one that dropped over here. These are mainly all offcuts and little bits and pieces that we just had kicking around. I want to get them on here, get them out of the way, and then they're no longer an issue around our logging camp. And I've been meaning to get rid of them for the last 3-4 loads. So loading them onto here now is just going to do that very nicely. And actually, that again is one of my better bits of loading, I think. Apart from one or two bits that just aren't behaving themselves. So up you go. On you go to the top. And hopefully, no, you're going to fall off the side again. There we are. So I've managed to put it on there across there like that. We'll just give those a quick and dirty strap down, and then we're going to go round and start getting that first tree loaded up. So I want to come around here and push these round and into our loading area. At a little bit of an angle. So best to come in here and try and get them lined up a little bit. Yeah, we may not need to get the blade on this if we're lucky. Is that under everything? Yeah, that's under everything. So grab that. Do love this loading area. Somebody suggested, why don't you just lift it above and then back it out? Not a bad call. Does unbalance the class a little bit. This wheel loader is not overly happy about lifting them up that high, which is why I've in the past tried not to do that. But you can see it does effectively get rid of the problem we have, just so long as we don't fall over while we're trying to do it. So we'll bring up the truck into our loading space, and then just bring this over and carefully and gently place these logs in the trailer, because I know everybody goes on to me about, oh, you know, don't drop the logs onto the trailer, you'll damage the trailer. Very true, and we're all about trying to keep things realistic here, so we'll carefully lay them onto the trailer like that and start getting another tree loaded up. I think 7 trees is probably going to mean we're going to extend the bars at the top of the trailer this time. Managed to get the tree round to some semblance of an easier place for me to unload it. Let's extend that out a bit. If I can put it into that corner, that then makes it easier for me to do. Push that out. There we go. And is that going to go into the corner? Yeah. Ooh, a little bit further out. There. Oh, that's what I'm trying to avoid doing. So if I catch that edge, if I put it in that area and it hits the edge of the loading bit, that is a big problem for me, because it makes it very difficult to then load up from there. We might get lucky this time, quite possibly. Let's bring that in. Right. And then we can come in with this, but you can see that back one. We're going to have to pull those first 2 logs off the back there, and hopefully be able to pull them into a position that is going to cause us less problem without knocking everything else off. I think we've done it though. I think that should be okay. So let's come in here, target the middle, and try and twist everything round. And yeah, we're not. We are going to need to get... Well, this is where the blade comes in useful on here, and where we want to get our other wheel loader here out and get it sorted. So lift this up and spin this round so that we can get our stump grinder off it, and then put on the blade that we've got behind. And we can even pull trees out and get them loaded up if we want to with this, so that'll be quite useful. Let's connect those, disconnect that off the front. Oh no, yeah, sometimes manual attach is great for doing that, sometimes it just really doesn't like it. Let's put this on the front, fold it out so that we've got the full width of the blade. I love how much faster this moves when I don't have the stump grinder on the front. It just makes me want to leave the stump grinder in this area here where we're actually grinding the stumps, because then I have to deal with less distance with it on the front, slowing me down. Alright, just push these up, get it all aligned, and then that will go on the trailer so much better. But we are now using 3 machines at once, 4 machines including the truck, in order to get this job done. It's quite an involved job at the end of the day. No, I am not hitting the wall. That is just the logs not wanting to roll up into a group. Yeah, there we go. Get them right in there. Clamp down on it. And then lift up and over the wall. And we can go and load this lot up. Carefully does it. Because we're quite full on here. Yeah, that's what I'm worried about. I don't want to... Amazed how full this is already. And it's full on one side more than the other. Yeah, I think we're going to have to, again, quick strap those down, move this forward, and start loading up the back. I'm only on my second tree. So, yeah, we're going to have to raise the bars and to get the rest of these trees on. Because otherwise, we are just not going to fit everything on. I've got another 5 trees to go on here, which is exceptional. Oh, the other thing I need to do now, of course, is move this out of the way. Because while it's great to push stuff in, it is not going to be great sitting in the way there of me getting the next tree loaded up. And make sure, going into here, I'm going forwards. Oh, and the way our whole processor is positioned at the moment, I think we can come in here, drop this down, and probably pick that one up. That's perfect. Get that very nicely into our loading area without too much hassle, I think. So let's back it up and get it cut. So as long as I get approximately in the right place, we're fine. Then, oh, no, back it off, back it off. Well, actually, forwards. I've actually got it round the right way now, our excavator. So, yeah. Moving into the tree farm is forwards, not backwards. Which was confusing me early on, and now is confusing me later when I'm trying to go the other way. Right, that actually is a fairly neat pile. If we can get under it, then we'll be good. But I don't think we're going to. I think this is going to need to go the whole way to the end. Because they don't bunch up unless I push them up against something like that. But when they do, it does give me this really nice, neat group of logs that I can just put straight on the trailer, all very nicely lined up. And it just makes for such neater, easier loading of logs on here. It really does. I loved it when we first set it up, and I love it now while we're loading like this, because all I do is make sure I'm against the end like this and then just back out, and it just gives me a nice, well placed pile of logs. I love how well this blade works. I'm able to position logs as however I want. And the great thing is, because it has this on the front, this rope on the front, if we get a log between here, we can just pull it out with the rope, and then it gets into the right position. And it means that we've never got an issue where we can't position the logs in here into exactly where we want to load them up. And that, to me, is just incredible. It works so well from that point of view as well. These 3 pieces of kit together... Ooh, am I stuck on the wall? I'm stuck on the wall. These 3 pieces of kit together work really well in this setup, just to keep everything moving. Someone did suggest, actually, that it would be a really good idea to put something bracing against the back of that concrete wall. And we probably should. I think I agree with that. It's a little bit unrealistic not to. Now, we've got to be careful with unloading here, because we are very close to the top. In fact, for the next few logs, what we're going to have to do is... No, don't go over the top. Is probably get the bits extended on this. Because you can see with these ones here, they are already fairly near the top. And in fact, if I can't get... Wow, why are those 2 sticking together so badly? Can I lift that one off the top? Yeah, let's just lift that off there. There we go. Yeah, before we load any more logs onto here, we are definitely going to have to extend those top bits. So let's get those up. Are they? There we go. Up they go. And that should give us the space for the last 2 trees we've got on here. I think it's only 2 more trees. And that means that we're going to get all 7 trees, plus all the offcuts off here. Should be one of our biggest loads of logs ever that we've delivered to the sawmill. And yeah, we're going to be processing and producing a lot of raw materials for everywhere else with fair ease. Right, let's turn this round. I think it's going to have to be round the other way for us to come out of here properly. Let's lift up. Right, there we go. And turn it a bit more. Out, round, down. Can you grab it from there? No, I think we're going to go out a little bit. Grab it. There we go. And then out a bit. And we want to come as straight out of here as we can to try and keep this so that it goes into our loading area as straight as possible as well. Bring it round. Yeah, that's not as straight as possible. So it's going to be into the corner then. Right, and cut. Yeah, that works just about. God, that's tight. That's really tight. Out. There we are. That should not be so bad now. Yeah, there we go. Just don't go between those 2 bits of concrete is all I ask. And nope, we're good. Perfect. Right, 1 more tree to go once we've loaded this one up. So I'm going to load the back up first, as that is the area that is available to us. Very carefully going to try and put these onto the top. Hopefully, without too much movement. Good spread is all I need. Right, let's pull that right out of the way, and that way I should be able to just lay these onto the back there like that. Look at that. That is definitely our biggest load yet. Wow. We do have one there too. Yep. Right, let's back this up. We've got 1 more log to lay onto the front section of this. And then it's going to be a very precarious, very slow drive over to the sawmill to get these unloaded, because I could very easily topple my trailer if I'm not careful. Out we come. The other thing I want to do today is get rid of the stumps that we've now created, because if I don't do that, we're going to come to do more work here later and end up with an issue. Right, and want to get that into the corner. Yeah, we're going to be fine. Right, so load this in. It's getting very close to that. Yeah, there we go. It's hit the corner. We're going to have to move that one. Yeah, we're going to have to pull that out with the chain, because otherwise it's just not going to load up. So this will be a good example of that and a good test. So we'll move this back into the area over here. Turn it off. So this here, what I want to do now is just pull that one far enough out that we can then push it back in. So we'll grab the winch rope. There we go. Attach it to here. And then we want to pull in the winch. There, that way. Like that. Right, and then detach the winch. Then, because it's no longer sitting between those bits, what I can do is just push it into a much more useful position. more useful position in this case will be right out in front, and then up against the other bits, and then we can use the blade on this to push everything into a position where we can easily pick it up. And this is the beauty of having this multi-blade on here, is that it just makes positioning everything in our loading area so much easier. We can line everything up, and then we just come in with the other wheel load it up, and get it put onto the trailer. So over here, into here, right, and then underneath. Grab it, lift it out. We have got all of it, and then just back out like this and lower it back down so we're not really front heavy. Bring it round and onto here. Oh, almost. No. Oh, wow. There's a little bit of a dip going up to this roadway, and yeah, it can cause issues. Right. So open up and carefully try to position these so we don't get any rolling off. Yep. Right, and oh, we're not quite in the right place. I've managed to mess myself up a little bit. So back off, pull forwards, and reposition. There we go. That should mean completely move that out of the way. We can get the rest of these off without hopefully dropping any. That top one, I don't like the look of that top one. I think it might be on there. Yes, it is. Good. Ooh, not securely. Let's see if we can push that on and get that on, yeah, into the rest of it without causing a major problem with everything else. There we are. That's better. That's much better. Right, let's go back this up. Leave this in this area here. Close it down. Right, let's go get these logs delivered to the sawmill. I've almost got 2 more pallets of wool back at the logging camp, so we're going to be able to get more wool down to the spinnery soon. We only need really 3, or it's actually 2.5, just over 2.5 pallets of it, and I think we're coming up to our 2nd pallet, so that should be doable fairly soon. We'll see if we'll see where we are at the end of today. It may be one of those things where we take a couple of pallets down there today to get that moving, and then bring another one. That way we can get everything processing. This is now loading up all of that wood though, so we can leave that doing that, get that all unloaded and into our sawmill. We can start that producing everything again. So let's activate all of those. I'm going to deactivate the fabric from the wool at the moment because we don't have any. We've got 686. So we need about 314 litres. So double that is 628 litres plus another 2,000 litres to complete the ship. So that's what we need to do next. We've got a lot of chairs and a lot of tables waiting to be sold as well. So I think what we're going to do is we'll go and do that next, and go and make some money off some tables and chairs. So to do that, I have my TLX with the trailer on the back. We have got the skid steer or our teleskid in the trailer. It seems Sunset Cafe is the place that wants to take all the tables and chairs. They must be refurbishing, so that's good news because we don't have to load stuff up anywhere. We can just get the teleskid to go across the road and drop them off. So we'll pull off on the corner here, bring over to here and park outside. The cafe is literally just across the road there. So let's unfold the trailer, jump into this, and they're all down the back. I should be able to take a couple of these across at a time. Certainly should work that way. Very tight to get back here and get these picked up. So it's not the easiest of loading areas. Get under there like that. And they're paying nearly 2,000, no, nearly 3,000 per set of tables and chairs, I think, if I remember correctly. So chairs, Sunnyside are paying 1,912, which is more than anywhere else. And tables, they are paying 2,965, which is also more than anywhere else. So yeah, we wanna take all of the tables and chairs over there. They seem to be fairly desperate for them over at the cafe at the moment. So this should spawn more chairs out here. We've got another set of tables. Yeah. So I'm just gonna pop across the road with this. Make sure we've got no traffic coming. Just run a few sets of these across. Wow, they don't have a dropped. They have a dropped curve on that corner. Don't have a dropped curve here, where we're trying to get across. That does not make things easy for loading. However, we can get these over here fairly easy. Drop them off. That's a good 3,800 for just 2 pallets of those. The tables, though, are what are going to make us a lot of money. Not a fan of this area to load this stuff up. It's really, really difficult without going down the hill, especially if you're trying to stack like I am. But yeah, that's a fairly decent stack. We're going to try and take all of these tables at once. See if they will all go at the same time. So underneath. I'm most worried about going up and down the curbs. Because that is quite a bit of weight on the front of here. But it seems to be handling it. And we do have dropped curbs at the pedestrian crossings. Oh, the traffic here. Right. He's turning. That's good. So we're going to try and go up this dropped curb here. And get round. Yep, there we go. And nicely into here. 3 sets of tables. About 3,000 litres. So this is going to be worth nearly, well, yeah, nearly £9,000. There we go. 8,895. So we are gradually getting ever closer. Another 4,000, which we're almost going to get off these off the remaining chairs. And we're nearly breaking, whoa, the 200,000 pound mark. And if that's the case, that then is us less than 20,000 away from getting the barrel factory. We might even be able to afford the barrel factory next time. In fact, if we sell stuff, we definitely will be able to afford the barrel factory next time. So yeah, we are getting ever closer to getting the getting our roller coaster done and finished, which, as I said many times before, is exactly what we're aiming to do on this series. We came in, we've spent, how many years have we spent on here? We are up to our 5th year. So it's taken us 5 years to get everything together. But having got everything together, we are looking at having the roller coaster in the not too distant future, I think, which would be a challenge succeeded if we manage to do it. 50 episodes. Can we build the roller coaster? We are at episode 47, I think, with this one. And yeah, that would mean that we are so close to hitting our target. 100,021. We're less than £20,000 away from getting the barrel factory, getting the last couple of bits we need to finish off the roller coaster. I want to reverse on this actually. So let's back this up here, turn it off, put the trailer down, lock it on, and I just want to go and have a look if we need anything else. I think that but what we've got left to do on the roller coaster is the last of it. I don't think there's any more stages than where we are now. If you do know that there are more stages, let us know in the comments, because I don't think there are. I think getting the furniture there, getting the barrels there, getting the buckets there, I think is the last stage we need. Let's just pop around here and go and have a look. But I think that's it. Pull in here. What do we need? We need a barrel and a bucket. We've got everything else. The roller coaster, yeah, it gives me no other information than that. But yeah, so the roller coaster is almost there. And look at it. All of the run, all of the track and everything is done. And it is just about there. Just so little left to do. So with that, we're going to be picking it up next time with needing to get the rest of the wool in to get the remaining fabric done and launch our ship. And hopefully we're going to make the last sort of 19,000 we need to get the barrel factory to make the buckets and the barrels and get the roller coaster done. So are we going to manage it? Well, you'll have to join me next time to find out, which means that we are going to be sorting a few things out around here. We've got a whole load of wool to get delivered down to our spinnery, so we're going to be starting off with that. This should be the last set of wool we need to get the first boat finished. So plan is very much to get that out and through as quickly as we can. We also have a little bit of furniture down at the furniture shop, or at the furniture factory. So what we're going to be doing is going and delivering that as well, because as you can probably see, we are at 113,669, and that means that we are a stone's throw. We're only about £6,000 away from getting the barrel factory, which is the last production we need to finish off the roller coaster. So the plan very much is to try and get that today if we can, and looks like we should be able to do it. We've got plenty of stuff to sell, and we got a whole load of stuff up at the sawmill to sell as well if we want, but I kind of think we'll hold off on that. Oh, you know what, the whole point was not to load this up, but to get that loaded up. So let's just jump into this. Almost forgot to take the wool with me, which is the whole point of what we're doing first today. Now, easiest way for us to get in and get the wool is as we did last time. We'll slide down the side here. Now we've got a little bit of we had a little bit of excess wool that we've already put into the spinnery, so what we'll be able to do is use the partial one at the back of here to get everything done. Wow, this really doesn't want to pick up from this side like this. Give it one more try. It might be the uneven ground we're on is causing issues, but yeah, it's pushing it rather than picking it up, and of course making more of a mess. There we go, that's got it on. That's got both of them on. I don't want the second one. Normally I don't have quite as much trouble picking pallets up as I'm having right now. But there we go. That's got one, and then if we line up and we're lucky, we'll get the other one on as well, like so. There we go. So I want to put this on the back of here and then get the third one as well. Only trouble with picking them up this way is that it doesn't make it very easy to get three on here. We might be able to stack the third one on top. there we are. When we're on. Oh no, actually, I think we might be able to stack the third one on the side here. So we put those two on like that, and hopefully they stay. We should then be able to come around here, use the tree a little bit as a brace, and get in under this one. It's one of those things where the way we've built this does not make for easy accessibility for these. I also don't know why we don't get these pallets accessible from this direction. When you normally place these buildings, you would expect to want to access them from the front. Yet all the pallets, no matter what it's like, always appear from the side, and it's you know, with easy access from the side, and it's not the easiest way of doing it on most farms. You know, you don't always have access to the side like that. So I'd quite like to see a slightly different option or a slightly different setup. Actually, I'm slightly surprised they don't appear in here. It would be really cool that rather than the side here, they spawned in here, and that's where you're able to pick them up from. Would be much better, in my opinion. It'd be much more self-contained. The sheep area then. Maybe I'll do a mod of it. Yeah, because that's a base game thing. So I could mod it and change where where everything spawns. That would be probably quite helpful for me in several. Right, is that on? No, that's not. Ah, it's because we've got the we've got the arm extended, so it was taking up more space. There we go. That's done. Let's close that down, and then I can get this strapped down, and we can go and drop these off at the spinnery. So things are really coming to a head here on Silverrun. We're up to episode 47, I think this is, and we are getting very, very close. I'm expecting now that this building here is going to produce the last of the fabric we need. We just need to reactivate it. There we go. And we got 687 liters of fabric in here. 2,800 and odd liters of wool. That's going to produce 1,400 liters of fabric, which is more than enough to get 2 more fabric pallets out, which is exactly what we need. So, yep, we tomorrow should have enough fabric then to finish off our ship, our first ship, which is fantastic news. So if we can go now and sell a bit of furniture, we're up to 114,676. If we can go and sell a bit of furniture now, that is going to give us the money to do the barrel factory today. And if we can get that started, then what we're going to end up doing is getting the buckets and the barrels we need to just finish off the roller coaster as well. And that means we're getting very close to the final aim of this series. The aim when we started this was to come in to use the money that we had earned on Whole Macra and to build up everything until the roller coaster was built. We've come in to do that. It's taken us 5 years to do it, but we are almost there. We just need, as I said, the barrel factory with a barrel and a bucket or 2 out of it as well. And then once we've done that, we will be delivering it to the roller coaster. So I think my plan very much for the next few episodes is for us to get ourselves the barrel factory today, get that supplied with stuff, and get building the last building blocks we need for the roller coaster. Next time we will concentrate on getting the ship done, and we're going to launch our next... launch our ship in the next video, I think. We should have the fabric to finish that off next time. And then we will get the last bits delivered to our roller coaster after that. And that means that we should then, in our last episode on here, have a roller coaster to ride. And yes, episode 50, I think, is going to be our last visit to Silverrun. We'll wrap everything up, and then I will reveal what we're going to do next for our forestry. So how much is this going to give us? There we go, 21,501. We have enough now to buy the barrel factory. I'm just going to get the chairs sold quickly, and then we'll hop over there. We'll get that set up, and then it's back up to the top, up to our sawmill. And in fact, before we do that, I'm going to set our metal to just storing for now. And then what we can do is go and grab a couple of rolls of that and bring that down to the barrel factory, because we'll need that down here as well. And that will then mean that we are able to get the barrel factory running, get some buckets and some barrels going, and produce those ready for a couple of episodes time when we want to get the roller coaster finished off. So let's get these 2 pallets of chairs dropped off over here. Sunnyside Cafe still being the best place to sell chairs and tables. Another 3,686 off those. I'm really pleased. I'm so pleased that we've managed to hit that 120,000 that we need for the barrel factory without actually having to sell the boat. I thought we were going to have to complete our first boat in order to do that, but no, not the case. We are absolutely able to do it without that. So we'll load this back up onto here, turn it off, drop it down, and oh no, that didn't drop. There we go, that should do it. Right, and then we can get that strapped back down onto there, and we're gonna head over to the barrel factory, which is just down and round the corner. Yep, it's just over here. We'll pull in and pop over here. Oh, spiffy barrel making. Right, 120,000, yes please. And with 120,000, right, let's have a look in here. Barrels, buckets, and bathtubs. We are going to deactivate the bathtubs. Right, what do we need? So we need 50 long planks and 25 metal for 340 barrels, and 25 long planks and 25 metal for 170 barrels. So, yeah, we need to go and grab all of this, and I think we'll start off with going and grabbing a whole load of long planks. In fact, let's head back to the farm, and we're going to switch equipment, because I think grabbing the big truck with our flatbed trailer, our low loader trailer, will be a better fit for what we need to do next. I'm amazed at how quickly things are coming together, and how we are able to, well, we're able to get everything done we need to get done in these last few days. It really is incredible that we've suddenly got just the amount of wool we need. We've got just the amount of money we need to buy the last production we need. That we are... Why am I parking this over here? That we are able to really just bring things together. And it always seems to go like that. You get a moment where you're struggling to get everything together and struggling to get anything in the right place, and then it all just comes together so nicely, and you're able to hit your aims really well. Let's take this here, and we will go and park this back up then, because our Unimog is not useful to us at the moment. And I want to grab this instead, and we'll get this hooked up to the flatbed trailer, and then load up our little teleskid onto this, so that we can go and deliver a whole load of stuff. We'll start off hopefully with a couple of pallets of metal is the first thing I need to load onto here. I'm hoping with as much as we're getting produced, we're going to be able to get enough on here to get at least one pallet of barrels and one pallet of buckets created. I think we need slightly more than just 340. I think we'll end up with a full pallet anyway, and a full pallet will be enough to do what we're after. And take this up and on. We'll place it over the wheels. We'll stop the engine. There we go, and just get that strapped down. We'll take up the rear ramps and head over to the iron furnace. I know I've got at least one pallet of metal over here. Yeah, we've only got the one pallet of metal over here at the moment. I think we might have to wait a few hours and let a bit get produced. Mid-afternoon, and we've got 2 more pallets produced, so let's get those loaded up. It means we've spent a lot of the day just hanging around waiting for metal to be produced, which, considering the amount of metal we've been producing, is a little bit funny. Well, let's get this unstrapped, because otherwise I'm not going to be able to get this off my trailer. There we are. And yeah, we have learnt from prior experience we can only really take one of these at a time. We'll grab the first one here. Now, I have still got this set to output. What I might change it to, now that we're not so desperate to get the money in, is just to distribution. We might set all of our stuff to that a little bit, so that we're distributing the raw materials we're creating from places like our sawmill and our iron factory here, our iron furnace here, just to where they're needed. So we have to do less transporting of goods around. It's not too bad though. I'm quite happy with how things have been going. Second one. So this is 1,000 liters. So this is more than enough across these 3. In fact, let's reset the metal to change output mode to selling, because yeah, we don't need any more metal at the moment. We can always turn around and set it to distribution after we've got these first ones done. I want to transport this stuff though initially myself, but if we set it to distribution, it'll distribute it to the furniture factory. We can start creating armoires if we want. We can distribute it to the barrel factory and create bathtubs and things like that. And if we set the sawmill to do the same, that will then just distribute wood and everything where it needs it, which will be pretty good, I think, for getting things moving on here in the last little bit. But 3,000 liters of metal should be more than enough for our buckets and our barrels. So let's plonk that there. We'll get those strapped down then. Metal is really quite heavy as well. And then, yeah, we'll get our JCB back on the back here. Again, over the wheels is where I'm going to put it. Because that then gives us a good distribution of weight. back here and down. And offset's actually the metal a little bit. I think you often see things like this sort of placed over the wheels like that when they're being transported. And right, away we go. Let's head down to the sawmill and grab ourselves a load of long planks. Someone did notice in the comments last time that I had forgotten to turn on the production for the prefab walls. So I have actually done that now. We've got, we do have some prefabs coming out. But as you can see, it's a lot less than we have coming out otherwise for other stuff. What I'm going to do actually, pull along the side here. We've got quite a lot of space where the long planks are. So let's do that there. Drop our ramps out the back. Unclip this again. And then back it up. Yeah, I think distributing stuff would probably be quite good. Would be very useful for what we need to do around here. I wonder if it only distributes based on what's active. That would be quite cool. So if you had long planks active in one place and short planks active in another, I wonder if it send the short planks to the one that's in use there and the long planks to the one that's used elsewhere, rather than just distributing all of them everywhere. That would be quite useful if it did that, because then you could target stuff a little bit better. So barrels, it was 50 to 25, and buckets, it was 25 to 25. So for every 25, for every 50 of those, we need 75. Every 50 metal, we need 75 wood. No, that's not true. For every 50 metal, we need... For every 100 metal. No, for every 50 metal. Every 50 metal, we need 75 wood. So, if we've got 1,000... Oh, God. We need 1.5 times, basically. So, 1.5 times 3 does not work. 1.5. Yeah, because that is... So we need 3 of these, and then we need, 1.5 again. So I think we need 5 of these. That would cover it. That's 1 2/3, so that should be enough. Let's put these on behind, and then we'll put one on top between all of them. And that will then cover everything that we need for today. And will give us a lot of buckets and a lot of barrels, which is great. So one more of these. Grab this one, get underneath it, and pick it. There we are. And we'll just put this across all of these to sort of even things out and make it a little more stable. So into there. I wonder if we can push all these on, because looking at that, that is nowhere near being in the center. Back it out. Right. I think this is just going to push them. Yeah, that's not going to push them how I want to. I've got to sort of do it from here in the middle. And in the middle of here as well. Yeah, none of this is pretty. That will do. If I do any more of that, that is just going to get messier. So, let's strap all this down. They are safely on there. And we've got 4 straps across that. We're looking good. Otherwise, let's get this back on the trailer. Or if I can squeeze through here, which, yeah, I can. And then... we are going to go and get some barrels and some buckets started, which is the final step that we need to get the roller coaster done. We are so nearly there. So down to the barrel factory. Let's try not to run over the pedestrian as we pull in. We'll drop off all of the metal and the wood. Yeah, there we go. Bring it in. And it's just that last one. Right. That should have everything that we need to make barrels and buckets. And yeah, we are not creating bathtubs at the moment. So yeah, once those are produced, we are all good. That's really awesome. We've got some fabric out. So next time we'll go and pick up the wool fabric that is up at the at our spinnery. We're still selling metal. We've got a whole load of stuff to sell there. And yeah, the barrels and the buckets are in production. Where do we pick them up? Are they round the back here somewhere? Yeah, so they're round the back that we need to get them picked up from. But we'll be able to do that fairly well. We are headed down to our spinnery. We are going to go and load up with the fabric that we've created down there overnight. We're going to get the boat finished today. So that's the plan. It's probably going to take most of the day for the boat to finish off. If not, be there ready for us to launch tomorrow. So, yeah, we need to get that done. Also, with us coming to the end around here, I want to get our yard finished off. I want to go and put in the last few buildings, put in some covers and bits like that. And I think we might try and make some extra money today. So also come back up to our sawmill and get some more wood in there. Or alternatively, we could head back to our tree farm and get some more logs in. In fact, I think that is a better way for us to go today rather than trying to sell off everything we've got here at the sawmill. I think what we'll do instead is we'll come back up here, or back to our logging camp. We'll do one last big cut of logs from our tree farm, and then we can go and get those logs down here and have one big sell-off towards the end as well. Whatever money I think we end up with here, we will probably transfer over to our next logging operation. So the idea being that our Forestry Friday series is one long logging operation that we're moving from place to place, building up our logging yards and then moving on. So we'll move the trailer out the way because we're not going to use that today to transport this. So disconnect that. Disconnect the hoses first, or the power cable. There we go. And that there. Bring this forwards and drop the tailgate down. We should be able to fit both of these into there fairly easily. And as it's only two of them, they will go on here. So this is the last 2,000 litres of this fabric that we need in order to finish the boat off. And getting that launched is going to bring us in a nice little bit of cash. For generally finishing off and making extra money for our next location. Now, I do have a question for everybody. Where do you think we should go? There are a few logging maps on the mod hub, and there's a couple of really nice ones. So I will take suggestions from you guys. We're about 2 weeks away from moving and starting our new one. Where would you like to see me go next? What logging map would you like to see me have a go at? I'm really intrigued as to what you guys think and where you think we should go. I think we're going to leave this down here because we don't really have a huge amount of use for it back at our yard for now. Let's do that. And yeah, that's everything strapped down there. Close up the back and we'll drop our gear down a little bit and head off down to our shipyard and get this dropped down there. So down to the shipyard. Just check that there's nobody coming before we cross the roads and get this in here. So park it up, empty out our fabric. Whoop. I want to get those disconnected, so disconnect that one and that one. And yeah, now we have 1,990 odd litres of fabric, and we need 1,590 litres to finish it. So we have a boat that is going to be finished off very soon. We should be able to launch that. As I said, I think it's going to take most of the rest of today for that to process through and get done. So we're likely to be actually getting the boat launched next time, and launch that and get the money in for that. What we also will have to do next time is finish off our roller coaster. We're going to be dropping off the buckets and the barrels and getting that done. So yeah, it's all excited. Everything is nearing its end here. We're very much getting to completion with most things. I want to head back to the yard now, as I said, and yeah, time to complete that. We've been talking about a few changes for a little while that I want to make to it, and today we have that opportunity. Now, if I run out of money before we finish this off, what we can do is go and sell a few bits off. We've got plenty of items that can be sold today. So I want to go and do that. We'll take the remaining wool down to our spinnery next time. I think it's going to be a case of dropping a few bits off next time. Let's go park this in front of the house. And there we go. In front of our nice logging house over here. And yeah, first thing I want to do is get a new shed to store these in. I think I finally found something that will work for that. So we'll jump into the Phoenix, get this hooked up to each of these trailers and pull them forwards. It's I'm still amazed at how well this Phoenix is done. I think unless of course we get a used truck, a used version of this Phoenix again. Although I think I might exclude this truck from the next map. There's a couple of nice, well, there's another couple of nice TLX trucks out there, and I think we might give one of those a chance on whatever the next map we do is, just to make sure that we're maximizing our usage. We had this on a whole macro as well, one of these, and there's a Winter Wolf version of it now that looks very nice, as well as a couple of other trucks. So yeah, I think we're gonna have a look at a couple of other options. Really, whatever map we're on to next. These trailers are all pretty good. The question I've got, I suppose, yeah, the question I think I've got is in regards to that is, do we take any of this equipment with us, or do we sell it all off? I suppose it kind of depends. If we are on a map that is another American map, that would be a good opportunity to transfer stuff across. If we are on if we move over to, say, a European map, then I think that's less realistic, and we'd probably have to buy equipment again over there. So let's switch that up and connect that. There we go. So yeah, it's very much what should we do if we are should we, if we get the opportunity, take some of this equipment with us? Or should we just start from the beginning again? I think we're going to have a decent amount of cash at the end of this. We don't have a huge amount of land. We only have 2 plots of land. We have no loan at all, but we do have a fair amount of equipment. Right, let's go into construction mode and sheds. Now, the shed I want to put here is... where is it? Not the carport, it's just a shed, and it's huge. It will fit in this space really nicely. I think it's saying it overlaps with the lot. Yeah, there we go. So about there, doesn't overlap with that that rock. Should be okay. Yeah, it's right over. Oh, wow. Does seem to be that sort of there-ish is where it wants to go. I don't know if that's going to cause us an issue with anything else. So, there. 5,000. Nice and cheap. Overlapping a little bit. I think we need to do a little bit of smoothing out around here, but it definitely fits in this area really well. So let's do that smoothing. Back into construction mode, and then I want the smoothing tool. And we're just going to smooth that around here. In fact, we'll make that quite big. And just smooth around there. Does that, so that does drop that a bit. So level it out right away. And then we'll smooth a little further out. So about there-ish. Just to bring that back in line. Yeah, like that. That works. That works very nicely, and we've not got any issues there, and that's not floating. So that's good. We can now back these back in, and we've finally got the cover that I was talking about getting. It's quite a high cover, but it works well. And then we've got one other shed that I've talked about a fair amount that will be really useful to us as well. I think this has actually increased the amount of space available to us putting this shed in here. So this trailer will fit in here and leave space for the truck. But I think we can position it in such a way that I don't even need to do that. I think the truck will just sit on its own in this shed. So let's disconnect that. I mean, it will sit here with this trailer and have space, but to be honest, it will also fit just here like this. And yeah, we could fit more equipment in this shed if I can get out of my truck. There we go. So yeah, we could park the truck up at the end, and then there's space for probably this. I think that could go there as well. So that's perfect. The other thing I wanted to do today is I talked a bit about putting a lean-to at the back here. And I've got those downloaded, and we can add those on. So let's move this out of the way and more into the position where we're going to need it in a bit. And then I want to drop off the blade as well, because if we drop that off, that will work fairly well too. Oh, actually, there's something that was put in the comments, and I think we'll test this instead. So what I want to do is move the stump grinder that we've got, and I want to see if that slows this down as well as the lever, because whenever I connect this up to my tracked wheel loader, it slows it down. So let's come over here, connect this up. Will it not connect to this? It won't connect to this. That's interesting. Let's put it down a bit and across. Yeah, the connection's all wrong. It won't connect to this. So, yeah, that answers one question. That does not connect to any other wheel loaders other than this tracked one. When it does, even if you don't connect the hoses up, it slows it down massively. Which is really interesting. This has got different connectors on the front, this thing, depending on what you're putting on it. So we'll drop that off. It doesn't look like it, but it does. So bring it around and then connect it up here. Yeah, like that. Oh, no. Oh, yes, because this connects like that with this. And then back it off. And that is slowed down with none of the pipes connected. Just makes it go really slow, which is not great. Right, we need to get the new bit of shed onto here, so we'll step back into the construction mode again, and under sheds here we've got these lean-tos, and I'm going to use these universal porch roofs. I'm going to use this one here, turn it. I want to line it up with the back of this shed, because when we place it, we want it to be perfectly aligned, and I think that is. So we'll pull out here, we'll push it under a little bit, right up to it without causing too much problem, and then there, that's got it. Now I don't think, hopefully, it's a little bit inside, but otherwise that is great, and we should be able to fit now this under there, I think, I hope. If I've measured this right, this will fit under there. So then I can bring this round, and we've got space to park this. Oh, it only just gets under here. Right, do we need to get rid of some stumps before we go in here and do some more cutting? Or did we get rid of those last time? No, we definitely have stumps around here. So let's clear away the stumps, and then we can get some more trees cut. So angle this up, and like that. That means the back one, which alters the ground, won't get caught by this. And then we come out here and down we go. And it will just do the stump grinding. So that's what I'm after. Yeah. Oh, right, the actual... So that wasn't a stump. That was... This is such an efficient machine, this. So useful. Although, a couple of stumps there. Down. Is it going to get them? Must do, surely. Up and over. And no. There, that's got one of them. And that's got both of them. So that's good news. Lift this up slightly and forwards. Eventually it gets them and clears them out, and just a really good addition. We had something like this on our little teleskid, or our, at the time it wasn't the teleskid, it was the little Kubota one that we had. And yeah, this has been a good replacement for it. It's done a great job. Got one more over here. Clear this out. And then that will be this area done. And we can get the chainsaw out and start getting the next set of trees cut. 6 to 7 more trees we need. And once we've got those, we'll get our trailer loaded up and get the sawmill resupplied. It's amazing, these beacons. Oh, at the bottom end, further down, those beacons just clear that. Just now, I've knocked them off. So, I don't know if we can take beacons off this. Anyway, if I come in from the side, it's all right. So, I'll have to do that in future in order to not be catching the beacons. Right now, we need to put the blade back on and move this out of the way until we need it. And then I need to work out... I think we're going to take these ones here. So, chainsaw out. Cut this nice and low. Get it as low as I possibly can. There we go. And that's one tree cut. And then straight forwards onto the next one. Take this one down as well. Timber! Oh, it has just made it between those. Then we'll take this one next. I'm getting okay at sort of turning 90 degrees automatically when I cut them, and trying to get them down in the right place. Pretty much just trying to eyeball them to do them. This one here, and that is 4. And then the next place I go to, we are probably going to see if we can get a proper wood harvester. We should have the money to do it. We should have, yeah, we should be able to afford that, to get that done. That one down. Right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2 more. So this one. And then I think there's one behind me as well that will cut rather nicely. Yep. This one here, we can pull this out of this area. And that makes 7. So now I want to go and grab my tree harvester, well, my processor over here. And we can go and get this done. Into there. Turn it on. Unfold the processor. And time to load up 7 trees into our trailer. And again, get the sawmill up and running and working as best we can. Got my first tree cut, and we are in a position where we need to get these now pushed into place. So I'm going to push them in slightly from this angle here, so that we can push them up towards the wall. And then as we get near to that, we can then push them around. And that's probably got them into a good enough position that I can bring in this one now. Start that up. It was already running. And then come in at it. Pushing it into the corner is the tricky bit here. Open right up. Get that front grab completely out the way. And then push that in there. Get underneath it, and that's the beauty of this whole setup. We can get in there. We can get right underneath. They lift it up a little bit, and then that means that we can get the whole grab around it, close it up, and hopefully we won't drop the small bit then off the bottom. But yeah, look at that. It just makes this whole thing so much easier. I know this is about the 4th time, I think, that we've loaded something up from it. But it just speeds things up no end. Bring my truck into position. And jump back into this and see if... Not sure we're in the middle enough here. Oh, this is going to be tight. Yeah. Getting those front ones in. Oh no, it's lifted it out. Right. Let's try and reposition this a little bit. So getting those front ones in is going to be fun. And then there we are. That's got it in. So lift that up. And then whoa. Ah, the driver is not going to be happy with me. Dropped at least a couple of those on there. We need to make sure we get much more in the middle for the rest of those. This is much better positioning for unloading this. Managed to actually get it in here a bit straighter, and that is massively useful to us. So take this out. I do wonder if I can get more than 1 tree into here. And if there was ever a time to experiment with that, it would be now. So that one's going to be a pain to get out of here, so we might as well get that done and out the way. So bring this around a little bit more. Let's go here and do it with this. Is that okay? Down and out a little bit. Nope. There we go. Right, so I need to go straight back because that is currently wedged between 2 trees. So easiest way to do that, pull that out of there like so, use that tree. Whoa, no, not quite yet. Okay, gonna have to get myself back around here. And let's see if we can't pull this out a bit better. Will that come? Yeah, that's gonna come. Oh, getting it right and getting things positioned in a good place. That is the trick with this. It's going to get easier as I go further across the selection of trees. Okay, and up. And that is about the same angle as the last ones we're at. Cut it. And, yep, that will do perfectly. Now, can we pick up both piles of these trees? Will our grapple, will our front logging foot actually handle that? Or have we just got ourselves in for a whole world of hurt? So we'll neaten things up a little bit with our blade. Make sure everything's pushed up against the other side. And then come in at the front. And just turn it a little bit so things get straighter on. So that's basically come up to this side and push it in a bit. Yeah, like that. And that sort of straightens everything up a little bit. And then now we've got that large pile of wood there. Let's get this in and under and see if we can't get nicely in the middle first. Second, I want to try and pick up the whole thing. If we can get under this and pick up the whole thing, that would be amazing. Right, so we're closed around it as much as we can. Oh, not quite. Do you know what? I'll take that. We're 2 logs short. But we have picked up nearly 2 whole trees in one go there. That is amazing. Even more amazing if we can get them all onto the trailer as well. Oh, we caught the front. I think we're still a little bit to the right in our loading up. Oh, finally some have fallen out though. And that's righted everything. And it's on. Whoa, 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 whoa. Slow down. Slow your horses. Are we nicely centered? Pretty much, actually. I think we just need to go and get those other 2 and dump them on top. And that is really good. Then we can go and grab another 2 trees and get them loaded on as well. Time to grab the final tree from here. So down and a little bit further forwards. Up. Got to get it in just the right place. But that's grabbed it. Where are my tracks? Quite difficult to see exactly where my tracks are, but I've got a rough idea of where I'm going. And just pull this back over here, like so. Bring that round, out a little bit. I want to try and avoid hitting the piles I've already cut. And then just, yep. We'll then get our blade set up in here, even this all up. There's over 2 trees in this area now, so we're going to have a little bit of stuff to work with. And just going to lift that up a little bit so we don't push into the end of a log. And that has got it all sorted. So round, yeah, round here, and close that off. Turn this off. That's that done for the day, because that is all 7 trees now cut. I'm going to push this end bit into here, like so. And just shape all these up a little bit so that when we come in with the other wheel loader, the class will be good. And you can see, yeah, we definitely need to shape these up a little bit. At the moment, they are completely wrong. That one there, that is going to be the more difficult one, because it's in a position where it's come along here quite a way. This, but you can do it. It's not too difficult if you're careful. Yeah, there we go. Just catch it with the catch it with the tracks and we're good. So let's put this back in here. If I go down further along, I should be able to miss the roof with the light. Yeah, there we are. We'll just park this under here like so, and then I think this is going to be a couple of lots. I think we're going to end up with a load of these above the extensions, so we're going to put the extensions out on our trailer with the first lot, and then we can just back the truck up a little bit and get a whole load of stuff on the back, on the front, with those extenders. Wow, didn't get as much in here as I'd hoped, and I'm hoping that front one is going to stay on there when it loads up. Yeah, no, there we go. Right in my way, and that now causes a problem because I need to get that log picked up without dropping everything else. And we're back to doing it the old way, but I've got it. We're good. Our trailer is looking quite full, so let's get these extended like that, and yeah, 2 more loads and this will be topped off, and we easily have enough sitting here to top this trailer off. Last few logs out of here, and just gonna load these onto the front of our trailer so that we're nice and full. So easy to do this. Once we got the tree farm set up and got ourselves into position for easy access to wood and all of the same type, all nice big trees, it has changed everything on here. It really has. No longer do we need to go up steep slopes and muck about with trying to get things to go into the right place. It all just sits where we want it to. Now I should be able to get this under here as well. So our 2 wheel loaders now sit in this lean-to out the back here. And I've actually got a whole load more space. Maybe I can, yeah, okay. I'm just gonna nudge that back. Ooh, with that. Plenty of space to park that there. This one will then go into here like so. That's done, and yeah, I just need to get my excavator around the front, and with those 2 additional sheds, we now have enough space to store all of our equipment, which is amazing. So down here to the sawmill, and yeah, I think next time is gonna be a big sell-off. We're going to get everything we've got down here at the sawmill sold off, which is quite a lot of stuff. We've got the barrels and the buckets to get delivered. We should have a ship to sell next time as well. Get that launched and sold, and then we're all good. We just have the final roller coaster and the unloading of all of our, or the selling and finding out how much money we will have to go into the next map with. So it's coming to the end here on Silverrun Forest, but we're not there yet. We are going to be heading up to the sawmill. We've got some clearing up to do with a few bits and pieces up there that we've got to sell off. We've actually got most of our stuff set to distribute at the moment, so all of the various productions we've got are distributing stuff around to where we need it, which is very useful. It means we don't have to run around all over the place and sort things at the moment. It does also mean that we're not having to worry about selling things, because we've got stuff automatically selling at the moment. So we're up to 34,702 on our money, and whatever we make by the end of this series is basically what we're going to be taking with us to our next map. So we might take some of the equipment with us, depending on where we go. But we need to get... Oh, we left all this here. We need to get a load of money together in order to take to the next map to get us set up. And I actually want to go and grab the train because that is going to be our first job for today. Our last big sell-off on the train. Think it's stopping? I'm hoping it's stopping. Yeah, it's coming. So, yeah, we want to get as much money in as possible. So we're going to actually sell off all of this. Everything else we've got on here at the moment is currently set to distributing. So the sawmill, we've actually got it only creating planks and long planks. That is because the long planks are going to the wood turner in order to make staircase railings, pepper grinders, and bowls, and those are automatically being sold. We were making and selling some shingle with long planks. That will probably send some more long planks over to that in a minute, and those be sold. We also have a load of tables which are being sold both from planks and long planks, chairs from planks and long planks, and armoires from long planks, short planks, and metal. So our metal's going into here at the moment. Same goes for down here. We are actually storing everything from the barrel factory at the moment. So I think what we'll probably do is set the bathtub to we can only there we go, and we'll set the bathtubs to selling because we don't need to store any of those. We do need to go and pick up some barrels and buckets. I think we probably only need to grab one load of those, and we can then get those over to the roller coaster and get that sold, get that finished off, ready for next time, where we're looking to ride the roller coaster in our final episode on here. So let's go get the teleskid, get this lot loaded up, and then we can go and get the roller coaster finished off and check on the launch of our ship. Now, all of the goods and the products we have to sell here are ones that we had before I started setting everything to distribute. So I'm just going to straight up sell them rather than take them to produce stuff elsewhere, because I want to make sure that we can get through everything in time. We need to work through everything that's left in the sawmill. So all of the wood that we put in here last time, that needs to work through before the end of the next day, and then that needs to have the chance as well to work through and be sold in our other locations. So this is very important to sort of clear this out and get this stuff sold. We could have done this next time as well. I mean, we could have loaded all this up then. But to be honest, I think it's fairly good to clear it out now while we can. We've got lots of preparations for moving to make next time, once the roller coaster is complete. And we're going to work out what we're going to sell, what we're going to keep, and where we're going to go. That's the thing. I'm still open to locations that we can move this series to, and continue our Forestry Fridays, as it will be going forwards again. So yeah, let us know in the comments where, if you have a favorite forestry map that we could go and have a look at, and maybe that's the one we'll pick. But it's quite a long process sometimes to pick maps. So yeah, let's shorten it a little bit, and you guys can let me know where you like, which maps you like. There are quite a few forestry maps now, actually, on FarmSim. It'd be nice to have one that maybe has a little bit of extra production or a little bit different in it. So if you know of anything that does something a little bit different with forestry, definitely interested in taking a look at that. and we can go and have a go with that. I think one of the things that's made this map, made Silverrun Forest so successful in general, has been that what it does with its forestry. And kudos to Giants for this, is a little bit different to just the basic forestry. And I would like to see if there's anything out there that goes beyond that. Even in fact, if there's a mod for a new factory or something that does something with wood. So yeah, I'd be interested in looking at that. I know there's some big mining maps out there and things like that as well. So that's always a possibility. However, we need to concentrate on getting everything sold on here. We have a lot of short planks, we have a lot of long planks, we have a lot of beams, and we've got just the 2 prefab walls because we forgot to initially activate those. And yeah, so we'll get all of this loaded up and then we can get it sold. Placing the 2 large prefab wall setups on the front here, and then I can move the train forward a little bit and get the rest of, well, mainly the wooden beams on. We've got 2 pallets of long planks and 2 pallets of short planks to put on as well. So I'm going to put them on the next bit as a small pile together, and then we'll go from there. But these want to go on here like so. Very nicely fit on here, these prefab walls. And then where is my there and there? So strap those down, and in fact one there as well. So now I want to move the train forwards because we don't have easy access to the back part of it. Go forward a little bit to about there and turn it off. Fortunately, it doesn't let the traffic go, but we are now able to fill up the rest of it. So 2 more of these planks, 2 of the small planks, and then we'll get all of those wooden beams loaded up as well. With 12 of these left and only 2 spots on this section of the train, what I'm going to do is do 2 sets of 6. So I've got the first 4 on there. We then want to grab another one and see if we can push this across as we load that one on. So down like this, grab it just enough of the forks, then we can get it into position, get under the next one along, and hopefully push them over. So come into here like so. Yeah, I'm trying to get underneath. This is where it gets hard. There we go. And then across, take that to there, and then push. That should be in position like that, and then off. Yep, and then we just need to get the last one on top carefully without pushing everything else off. And then we got space for the last 6 as well. This is gone really, really well. I'm very, very happy with how we've managed to get these loaded onto here without too much trouble. And by the time they go and sell, we should make a really good amount of money. I'm expecting around about 100,000. We normally get 100,000 for a full train like this. So that would be excellent to do that. Let's strap these down there and there, and just 6 more to get done. Last one. Let's get underneath that, pick it up, and then out over to our train. And wow, I'm really, really pleased with this. This has been absolutely great. Can I get this on in first person as a little test for myself? So out a little bit. Yeah, a little bit further. There we go. That should do it. Hopefully that's not pushed everything else off. No. So strap that down. And yeah, we want to send the train off because it's now complete with everything. So let's send that going. And nearly £400 vehicle leasing cost, but that is easily offset by all of the products we're sending off. And now I just need to go and grab my trailer and we can load up the teleskid and head down to sort out the barrels and the buckets. Well, the train has headed off to Elm Creek. 95,327 off that, so that's really good. Up to 132,000, which is excellent. I'm very, very happy. We're going to have a fair amount of cash on here actually at the end because we're going to sell the all of the productions as well, because we've got most of the productions on this map now. So we'll sell all the productions as well, and then we will also sell up our land. We won't sell up the buildings. I tend to like the idea of leaving a farm intact when I sell it off. So won't sell off the buildings. We will sell off the land, and we'll sell off all the productions because we have no need of them once we leave Silverrun Forest here. And so yeah, we should have a really decent amount of money from those as well. So the barrel factory is just down here. Oh, I've loaded up my skid steer wrong, my teleskid wrong. I've got the weight all at the back and it's making everything a little bit uneven. So into the barrel factory here, and I only really need a single barrel and a single bucket pallet. Yeah, we've got a whole load here, so we'll take a single barrel and a single bucket. Let's get JTB off, and then we'll be able to get those loaded up. I'm going to put them straight on the back of the Unimog. We've got a lot of these to sell as well. There's quite a few in here, but yeah, it's 1,000 liters. We need less than 1,000 liters each of barrels and buckets. So let's bring this in here, and then wow, they're double pallets for the barrels. Hopefully we can get it all on here as it produces another pair of barrels. So we'll set those now to automatically sell and sell everything that we've got coming through of the buckets. So buckets, let's change output mode to selling. Barrels, change output mode to selling, so that we are now just selling everything on here we can. As I put these on the back of here. This is not a great amount of space to maneuver. I will have to come back though and grab the last couple of pallets we've got of buckets and barrels. Just back and forward, try not to Austin Powers myself, and yeah, that's got it. So that on the back of here. We could probably, I think if we have this active, a lot of these productions would actually be available on the next map we have. So we have some variation as well. The one thing that we can't do, unfortunately, is metal. We won't have any ability on the next map to make metal. So we can't do barrels and buckets. We should be able to do furniture, I think. So that would be fairly good. But otherwise, yeah, I don't think we can do barrels and buckets. Right, let's pop around here and get these dropped off. And then before I go back and grab my teleskid again, I want to just check out what the status of our ship is. I think it should be launching in the near future. So that's the barrels and buckets off. We've got 999 barrels. It needs 407. And buckets, we've got 999. It needs 263. So I think our roller coaster is going to finish by tomorrow. And we will be complete here on Silverrun Forest. That was always our aim, was to complete the roller coaster for Silverrun in order to finish off. That was where we were aiming for. Now over here is our little side project. Is the shipyard, which we did buy, and we're trying to launch a ship from... How long? Launches in 1 hour and 17 minutes. So it is slowly moving forwards. It is so close. And yet today we are going to launch a ship. Definitely. So 1 hour and 17 minutes. 1 hour and 15 minutes. So that is launching at 2 p.m. So we'll make sure we're back down here for that. In the meantime, I've got one last production that needs dealing with today. So we're heading back up to our logging camp and we're going to get that sorted. And that is the wool and the sheep. So we've got 3 full pallets of wool and 1 partial pallet. So I want to get those loaded up. It is already 20 past 1 though. So our ship launches in the next, in the next 40 minutes. So we'll get these loaded up. Whether we make it to drop these off or not, I don't know. But I want to get these over there so that we can get selling the fabric that comes out. So load this under that. Yeah, I did not quite get the lineup for the roadway here right. It's very bumpy coming onto it. It's not easy to get at these bales of wool very easily. I mean, I have done, and I've got to it, but yeah, that's not pretty. I think we might have to put these on the flatbed, to be honest. So let's do that. And that down. And then we'll put the sides down. And that will be the best way to load this up. With the difficulties that we're having. So those onto that. And we're not going to be taking this little skid steer down there for that. We're going to be taking the we're just going to be taking it and unloading it, which makes sense really. Right, this one here under there, and yeah, I can't get my forks under it with any kind of precision. It really doesn't like me coming in from this angle and trying to do it this way. However, our ship is about to launch, so I'm going to head down and check that out. We're going to take the bike. I don't often ride the bike, but yeah, I think this warrants that. We've got about 15 minutes before the launch, so we'll head down there on this and see what happens when we launch a ship. With just under 5 minutes to go, we're down to the shipyard. Let's get off the bike and we can watch our ship launch. Yeah, 1 minute left and then the ship is gonna launch. And oh, I'm looking forward to this. There we go. Off he goes. Our first ship into the water. How much is this going to make us? Fantastic. Absolutely wonderful. Has that made us any money? There we go. 114,477 for the ship. That is brilliant. And the next one is ready to go if I wanted to start delivering stuff. In fact, yeah, there's already stuff here. Already stuff that is going towards it. So, yeah, a next ship is on the way. We won't see it, though, because we've launched the ship and it's out on the water. Fantastic. And so with our ship launched, we can turn our attention back to the sheep and trying to get rid of the rest of this wool. Let's just park this up here. There we go. And jump back in the JCB. See if I can actually get under this pallet of wool. I think what I want to do in future possibly is just, or would do if I was going to improve this further, would be to get rid of this tree we have at the side, flatten out the approach to this, and get it so that we can more easily get at the wool. I've also said that I'd like to modify that particular sheep shed and get it putting the wool where I think it should be placing it, which is the area I've got the bales stored at the moment. It is really, really weird to me that those bales, where those bales are, isn't where this isn't where the wool comes out, because that would just make so much more sense, I think. Yeah, these pallets of bales on here apparently don't like being picked up this way, even though perfectly valid way of picking them up. It's a bit odd. Right, those onto there, and one more pallet to go, and we can head down to the spinnery and get them going. Yeah, because we've moved this pallet well off its expected position. So let's get in here and under there, like that. Perfect. Yeah, when everything else is approached from the front here, it's weird that you have to approach all of these pallets from the side. Pallets are on. Let's get them all strapped down. I just gave them a push from this side with the JCB just to get them on there more neatly. Yeah, we wouldn't have fit all 4 pallets easily on the back of this. So let's head down to the spinnery and get these dropped off and set the spinnery to start selling off what it produces. So down and into here, and the spinnery I think is a really good example of one that works really well. It's got the unloading point in the front here, which makes it really easy to unload. And then the products actually come out the front here as well. So everything is accessible from this little area here, and wherever you place it, you only have to make this side of it accessible to vehicles. And then round the back, you've got areas that you need to get to if you want to use the production setup. But this now enables the wool to come through. Let's select that, change output mode to selling. Now everything we have around here is either distributing to somewhere where it can sell and go, or it's outright selling whatever comes through it. Hopefully that is going to get everything sorted before next time, which will be brilliant. Yeah, and I think that's about all we have to do today on Silverrun. So we're expecting the roller coaster to be finished by the morning. That should have processed everything by then. We're headed down to the roller coaster. It is hopefully our final day on here. And we're expecting the roller coaster to actually complete any minute. We've got the last few barrels and the last few buckets to go in. And once we've done that, we are going to go and figure out how much everything we've got around here is worth. We're going to sell off all of our production chains and everything, raise a whole load of money, and see how much we have to go over to our next forestry series. Let's have a look here. We've got 10 liters of barrels and 6 liters of buckets. So let's speed things up a little bit and see what happens when the roller coaster builds. So gonna just turn up the time. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and just waiting for this last bit to tick over. 1 liter of barrel to go, and come on, I want to see this build. I really want to see this build. Come on, and 0. Nothing's happened. Maybe it needs to just process that last little bit, because it does have points of a thing, and there we go. Oh, what? Okay, so the roller coaster's not built, everybody. That's a little bit anticlimactic, right? You know what the really annoying thing about this is? We had all of these things. So what I need to do immediately is whatever we've got still running in our productions, we need to turn off selling. So change output mode to storing on everything, and hope that we've got enough to get through the rest of this. No, not selling. Storing. I don't think we're actually going to need the armoire, so deactivate the armoire. The chairs, we need to change that to store, change that to store. Floor tiles, that is storing, thankfully, although it's not making any. Shingles, those need to change to storing. Staircase railings, right, change that to storing. And then turn off the pepper grinder and the bowl. Old sawmill is out of wood, so if we need any planks or anything like that, we're going to be out of luck. The metal is distributing, and the wool is selling, so let's change the output mode on that as well to storing, just in case. Right, so what do we have? We have plenty of staircase railings, so we don't need any more of those. We've got lots of wood beams. We've got lots of metal. We've got lots of... Okay, let's go through. And what I'm going to do is, rather than going through the storage list, which is what I was doing, let's go through the bottom list here. So, wood beams, yes. Planks, no. So we need to go and get some planks. Planks long... yes, we got enough of those, thankfully. Metal, we got enough of that. Prefab walls, we have none of that, so we need prefab walls and planks from the sawmill. Staircase railings, we have enough of. Chairs, we need chairs. We need we don't need tables. We need shingle, and we need we've got enough buckets. We do not have enough barrels. So what we need are planks, prefab walls, chairs, shingle, and buckets. So we can turn off barrels and we can turn off bathtubs. We can turn off tables because we don't need those at the moment. We can turn off the staircase railings, and then, yeah, everything else there can. So fabric, well, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to deactivate anything at the moment that we're not using. Now, we need planks, but not that, and we're going to need prefab. So we're going to have to go and cut some wood. We do have 123 shingle, but that's not a full pallet, so we're going to have to make some shingle. Chairs, thankfully, we're making and storing, and buckets we're making and storing. So, yep, we need to go and cut some wood because we're gonna have to make some shingle, which we need planks long for. We're gonna need some wooden planks, so we're gonna have to activate the planks long as well. Let's change the output mode on that to storing and on that to storing. Right. We're not done yet, and because I would quite like to get this through and done today, and we're already halfway through the day, let's turn this down to 5 times and head back to our logging camp. It seems we're not yet done with Silverrun Forest. So I'm not going to dwell too much on the jobs we're doing. I'm going to go and cut a full trailer full of wood, get that loaded up. We'll take that down to the sawmill. Hopefully, we should be able to get that processing. It's probably going to be a case of we process it overnight and then take stuff down to the sawmill, to our location tomorrow, to the roller coaster tomorrow. Shingle is something that we're going to need as well. So the first set of planks out are going to have to go down there. I haven't connected up any of my cables, but that's okay. So we're going to get this into position. I'm going to cut down 6 trees because 6 trees should be all we need. And we'll get them loaded up onto the trailer and down to the sawmill. Last tree to cut, and that then gives us 6 down in here. So 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So going to jump into my harvester now and get them processed. Halfway through, I've got 2 trees on here, so we're just going to push these up towards the end, and then nicely, neatly push them in a little bit. I find it's better if I push them in so that they're in line with this side, rather than right up against the wall on the other side. It seems to work out better for us with the wheel loader. And then the other thing I've found is that I really want to just get about as close to the other end or the wall side as I can when I'm picking them out of here. Now we do have 2 trees worth in here, and I only want a few to go on the top of the front of the trailer. So, yeah, not too many for this first lot. But this is going well. We're already halfway loaded on the trailer with this. So just another half of the trailer to go, and we can go and drop this off at the sawmill. The final set of logs to go on the trailer, and then we'll get all of this down to the sawmill and get it unloaded. And hopefully then we can start processing stuff. We're then going to start getting the other bits and pieces we need back to the roller coaster, get stuff processing, make sure exactly how much we need. The idea is that by the end of the day, we should have everything we need for the roller coaster created and done. We should have some planks and hopefully some fitted... some prefab walls and things by that point as well. And then, with any luck, it'll only delay the launch a day. But we'll see what happens. I'm so very pleased that our tree farm has made it easy to do this and get a whole load of wood like this if we need to grab some fairly quickly. There was a time on here where this would have taken us a lot longer to get this done, and we would have found ourselves with a dearth of wood to do something like this. However, we can just back this into here, take off all of our straps, and then it'll unload all this wood, and we can start processing it. In the meantime, we're going to go and grab the Unimog. and start seeing if we got some chairs and some buckets. I was so sure that we'd finish the roller coaster. I'm a little bit disappointed, obviously, that it wasn't as easy as I thought it was going to be. I'm really hoping that this is the final stage now. It's one of those things where it shows how far we've got on this series, actually, that we're able to turn around and go, right, we're missing these items to do this last stage that needs everything, and we can just load them in and go. What does worry me a little bit is that we have a whole load of stuff stored at the roller coaster that currently isn't being used. And if it isn't being used, does that mean there's still another stage to go before this will finish? And are we going to be going a few more episodes in order to finish it off? I don't know. We're going to load up as much as we can today. We will probably skip ahead to tomorrow to see where we are. And I think at this rate, I might have sort of an epilogue episode just to work out how much we have and how much we are gonna be taking with us to our next forestry location. But it all kind of depends on whether this is it and whether this is going to be enough for us to complete this. So we'll see where we are today, and we'll see where we end up. We need to fold that down before we lock these all down. Otherwise, our little teleskid will land or will remain in the air. So we'll take all these chairs, and I'm going to do the same down here. We should be able to go past the barrel factory down the bottom here and just pick up a contingent of... oh, they're around the back on here, aren't they? I think we should be able to pick up some barrels as well. What have we got out the back? Yes, we've got a load of barrels out the back, and a load of buckets out the back. I can't remember whether it was barrels or buckets we needed. So what I'm going to do is actually head over to the roller coaster and check out. I'm going the wrong way on this side of the road here. Never mind, we'll skip over. And then, yeah, head round to the roller coaster. All right, so let's bring these chairs in, see see what they fill up. There we go. So we need both barrels and buckets, but we already have buckets here. So yeah, it's barrels we need. Let's go and grab some barrels and bring them over here as well, and see if we can keep these numbers going down and finish this off. So back down to the barrel factory. We'll take all of our things off there and open that up so that we can get this out. We'll take a couple of pallets of barrels down there, which should be more than enough to complete it. And oh yeah, I forgot, barrels are on extra wide pallets, aren't they? Good thing we have an extra wide setup for these. In fact, I think they go this way round. First ones that I've noticed that you can actually or are designed to be approached from this side, and actually are easier to handle from this side. Now we've got 1,000 liters of these on here, so that is more than enough for us to complete the roller coaster. So let's get those on here as well. Yeah, the irony that we had more than enough prefab and planks and everything like that, and we put them all on that train last time and sold them all off. That does not escape me. That is, it was a little bit crazy that we sold basically everything we needed to complete this last time. We made a huge amount of money. I mean, we are nearly up 300,000 before we go anywhere. with selling land and selling productions and all of that, I think we may have a really, really huge amount of money to establish ourselves on our next location. And it's going to be a fairly big forestry operation, I think, when we go for our next one. However, right now, we've not even completed this one yet. Need to take my gears down a little bit, give myself a little more oomph. Right, let's get this down to the roller coaster then. So second delivery, and there we go. That is all the barrels needed. So what do we have left? So we've got all the wooden beams we need. We need to get planks. Planks long. Wow, we do need some planks long. So we need planks long. Prefab walls are needed down here. And shingle, I think, is the last thing we need. So, yeah. We are going to go up to the... we're going to head up to the sawmill then and see if we've got anything processed yet. Hopefully we have. Well, unfortunately, there's nothing here yet. Looks like we're going to have to wait a little bit longer. Just gone 6 o'clock and we've got some long planks. So we're going to load those up and get some shingle being created. Hopefully by the time we get back down here, we will then be able to go and load up with... Well, actually, we can take the short planks as well. So we put the long planks and the short planks on here. Short planks we need as well. Long planks, we are going to need some down at the roller coaster. So what we'll do is we'll get the long planks on here. In fact, what we'll do is we'll put the trailer down flat and put the long planks on there and the short planks on our deck on the back of our trailer or the back of our Unimog, because we don't actually need to be taking this down there. Once we've got the shingle, we'll need to have this for the shingle, but we won't need it for this. So let's lock that down. And then we want to go and do the same with the short planks here. Thankfully, being September, it's not getting dark quite so early. But it's, yeah. This is the thing. We need to get this all in overnight, because that is that means we should be able to see the results of it all tomorrow. So let's park this out the way so that it doesn't stop anything spawning. And then we are gonna head over this way with this. Gonna redo that. And yeah, let's head over and see exactly whether we can get some shingle done. And if we can get some shingle done, we'll be in a good place, and also drop off the first lot of planks. The shingle factory is round the back here, if I remember correctly. There should be an entrance. Yeah, just round here. We never did anything in the framing factory at all. So I'm expecting this to take the long planks and not the short planks. Yeah, there they go. So those will go in there now and create boxes of shingle sitting outside the shingle factory. We didn't need to do that. Oh no. Right, well, let's go and drop off these short planks and lament over the fact that I've got a whole load of shingles sitting outside my shingle factory. Right, let's drop this off. And yeah, we can get the shingle in here now as well, which would be great. But yeah, now we've got to create more long planks, which isn't so great, but that's all right. We'll go and grab our little telly truck and put right that wrong and grab some shingle I didn't even know I had. So we're back down to the shingle factory here with just a whole load of shingle sitting outside. That is just mad. There's what, 4,000 liters of shingle sitting here, which we can now just get loaded up. I'm getting to only load up 2,000 liters. That's more than enough. Oh, we've still got one of the straps on. There we go. Yeah, I mean, that's a little bit crazy that we have 4,000 liters of shingle sitting here that I did not know about. That is, it's going to be more than enough to finish this. Now, part of the reason why I'm putting extra in is because I want to make sure if this isn't the final stage that we are overloading stuff. We certainly seem to have a lot more in storage at the roller coaster than the roller coaster currently needs. And with what's happened recently, that does worry me a little bit. So we're going to see if overloading it a little bit helps us. We need to undo those and strap those on and then get this here. We're going to be going a little bit into the night just with the last couple of bits we need from the sawmill, because we need some long planks and we need the prefabs from there. But once those are done and dropped off, we're going to head forward and see again if it completes and if it finishes. Because I'm really hoping it's going to. I'm really hoping that by the end of today, we're going to be riding the roller coaster. So is this going to... Well, this will be enough to do this. What time tonight is the rest going to finish at? So, we have everything we need, I think. Although our storage list is a lot shorter than... We need tables. Tables are now required. We don't have enough of those on here. So it looks like we still need long planks, prefab walls, tables, and now buckets. So, yeah, I'm going to go and get some buckets and some tables, because I know we have both of those sitting around here and can get those dropped off. And hopefully it won't be too long before we have the long planks and the prefab walls as well. Thankfully, we've got a couple of things of tables over here. So, drop this off and undo all of our straps. Need to get some lights turned on this as well. Oh, no, still got one strap right at the back. There we are. Yeah, it's oh, this is crazy. This is just us running all over the place trying to fill up the holes that we've got in this. Knowing that we can produce all of this and just I wasn't expecting it. If you can't tell, I was not expecting a final stage that required everything. And I'm really hoping this is the final stage. It's taken us 5 years to get all of this done. And right now, we have everything in place to do this. What I'm going to find, the very last thing it's going to need is a picture frame, isn't it? Going to need like 5 picture frames in order to complete for a final stage. And yeah, that's going to be really, really soul destroying. However, we have all of this strapped on. We can put our little teleskid in the back. And in fact, I think we'll go and grab... We know we've got a pallet of buckets down at the barrel factory. So we'll go and grab those pallet of buckets. And we can get that taken as well down to the roller coaster. And actually, I've left all the lights on my little teleskid. Yeah, there's a couple of pallets of buckets down here, so we'll put those on top of the tables. And I thought I had that on there straighter than I have. Never mind. So push that on a little bit. and about there-ish, and then pull that out. So we'll then strap those down and get this loaded up and head back to our roller coaster and see if this, well, this should cover everything except for those last 2 bits. All right, so let's pull this into here. Oh, where'd he come from? And unload this. There we are. That's all the tables unloaded. And then if I undo those, that should be the remaining buckets. Unless, actually, I think it's full on buckets. So, oh, wow, we can make a little bit of extra. I'm just going to take these across the road and sell them. But yeah, that's more buckets than it needs, which does concern me because if it has a maximum amount it's willing to take at the moment, does that mean that it's just going to hit this point where it needs more stuff? I'm really hoping not, because if so, we've still got quite a way to go on this. Time has just gone 11 p.m. We've got 3 loads of wooden planks here. We've got a prefab wall and we've got a long planks. So perfect. We can now get what should hopefully be the last load of items over to our over to the roller coaster. I'm hoping there's not any more. We will do one more check. I think the way I'm gonna have to do this is we'll put the prefab wall on the trailer, and then we'll put the we'll put a couple of these and the long planks on the on our at the back of our Unimog. So let's grab these. Possibly should be using my big flatbed for this, but I've taken the big truck back to the logging camp now, and that's all put away because it is 11 o'clock at night, and it needs to be you know, we should really be in bed rather than still messing about with all of this, but not much I can do about it, unfortunately. Right, back that off. Be fine in there. Strap it down and it'll make it there fine. And then we'll put the long planks on next on the front, and oh wow, we've got 2 sets of long planks out now. I don't think, do you know what, because I'm just not taking any chances, I'm gonna take all of these long planks and take them down there. And we'll put 2 sets of short planks on top as well. I don't think we need that many, but if I've got 2,000 of each, 2,000 liters of each, that is more than going to cover what we need up there. And we may even have a few that we can sell off. Now, something that I'm sure somebody's going to point out at some point is that rather than going to all this trouble, we could have just purchased some of these things from the other sawmill, and it is very true. You can purchase certainly long planks and short planks, I think, from the other sawmill, but the idea is to make money, not to spend it to finish the roller coaster. And that is now just pushing that. Come on, underneath, please. Yeah, there we go. On there, like that. And then out, and then we'll grab 2 of these and plonk them on the top, strap it all down. We'll have to leave the JCB up here, but that should hopefully be enough. But as I said, we'll check it when we get down there. I think we should be hopefully launching the roller coaster, if not tomorrow, then in November, just in time for the winter season. Right, and oh, come on, no, don't move that one. Let's put that down there, pull that out, strap that all down like that. Okay, we'll turn this off and we'll take this all down to the roller coaster and see if that is enough to finish everything. Right, bring these in to unload. Planks going out, prefab wall going out. It's all in. Is that enough to do it all? We still have less things listed than we have actually being used. That's weird. So what are we missing now? Now this is odd because I have just delivered prefab wall, but it says there's no prefab wall in storage and it doesn't process things that long. We also no longer have wood beams in here, even though I'm sure we had more than enough wooden beams before as well. I don't think this shows the full list of what's in storage. And I don't know how you show. I just want to check for a minute and see if things like metal continues to go down. Yeah, look at that. Metal is going down. So that means not everything that's in storage here is necessarily necessarily showing. The box isn't big enough. So I'm going to go and get some sleep back at our logging camp. We'll head down here for about midday tomorrow, I think, and see if there's anything else that we need once it has completed. But I think at this point, everything the roller coaster should need to complete should be here. So it's 25 the following day, and yeah, most of the materials that we've delivered and got here are have now been used, and it's getting close to the end of this stage. It is still requiring the prefab walls, and they are going to be going overnight. By the looks of things, but it looks like tomorrow morning at the beginning of November we're going to have a completed roller coaster. So I'm going to let it complete. We're going to roll one more day over and we're going to see if this is completed at that point. It's 8 a.m. on November, and we're heading down to the roller coaster to see if it has finally completed, or if we're going to be continuing on here for a little bit longer. I'm not got my hopes up. There's a lot of chain link fence and everything still about, and this looks very unchanged. And look, it's got a full set of items that needs doing again. So no, the roller coaster is not finished. This is not the end of this series, and it looks like we're going to be on Silverrun Forest for a little while longer yet. We are going to be, well, using the extra time we've got on this map to earn us some extra cash. So I'm going to start off by connecting up the logging trailer here and resupplying the sawmill with another 6 trees. We're going to get those all cut down and transferred over. We have a whole load of wool, as you can see, with our sheep. That all needs delivering it down to our spinnery to make money from that. And I've reactivated a whole load of the productions. So let me show you these. And yeah, so I've reactivated a selected few. So the barrels have maxed out at the barrel factory. So I'm now creating buckets. We've not got a huge number of planks there, but we can create some buckets from that. The furniture factory, we have an abundance of metal and an abundance of planks. So I'm going to make a whole load of armoires from there. The floor tiles factory, actually we can turn both of those on because we have both planks long and planks, and we can output a load of floor tiles to use that up. Shingle, we've got a few planks long in there, so I'm going to try and use up that for the shingle. In the wood turner, we've got a load of planks long, so we're going to output some pepper grinders and some bowls. And then down here, the old sawmill, we've got a whole load of, well, we've got a bit of wood. So I probably want to activate all of these to get them selling. Now, what I'm going to do is turn all of these onto storing. So they already are all on storing. So these will output up at the old sawmill. We're going to do the same with the metal. So we'll change the output mode of that to storing. And we will activate that because we've got enough metal around everywhere as well, I think. And then, yeah, we're going to go and take a load of wool down to the spinnery and we'll activate that later. So really, we've got an opportunity here to get a whole load of extra cash in and make a bit more money to take with us wherever we go next. Whether that's immediate or whether that is something that we pick up in a little while's time. Either way I look at it, though, we are in a really, really good position on here. We're looking at making a whack load of money, not just from the remaining productions, but from all of the stuff that we have to sell. Because all these productions that we own, as I said, we can sell those off before we leave. And then on top of that, we're going to be able to make a load of money from them before we leave. But emptying them out now, I think, is probably our top priority. So we're going to cut 6 trees down. We probably need to get in here, actually, and get rid of these stumps as well today. So let's see if we can get 6 trees cut, all fairly near their base, without hitting other trees. Just like that. And then, oh, this is going to have to come out the back here, isn't it? Otherwise, we're going to have trouble. So 6 trees to cut, and then we'll start making them into some smaller logs we can transport. 6 seems to be about the right number for what we're doing here and for how much we want to get onto our logging trailer. We have a whole whack of them now in a not so neat pile over here. Should be able to pull the top ones off without too much trouble. So let's head back over to this. Jump in our Volvo and try and see if we can get these extracted from this area. It's been rather cool, this tree nursery that we created, or this tree farm that we created. It served us very well in the latter stages of this series. And as a result, has made things really, really easy for us. A nice flat area that we've been able to work. I think this actually would also have made a good area for farming as well. You know, it is nice and flat. It would work for that. The stumps are becoming a little bit of a problem, so we might have to get rid of those in a bit. But if we spin this around like this, we should very easily be able to drag this out and into our staging area and then load it up. I find if I go around a little bit like this and then spin back, it tends to line things up quite well normally. Although in this instance, not quite so well, but that's all right. And then we cut and we get our 6-meter logs into here. And we might have to push them in a little bit looking at this. So just going to pull that round a little bit further. And then that hopefully will, yeah, it's getting them into that corner. That's the trick. If it catches the edge like that, that makes things a lot more difficult for me. And this tree, of course, is now straightened out. So we're going to have to get the bulldozer in there, get those lined back up and sort them out. So get the lever out of the lean-to. And that top one, that is the most difficult. It means getting under this tree back here. Well, actually, it doesn't. Thinking about it, we have a means of pulling that that log out without causing that much trouble. We come here. We select the winch. We grab this here. Attach it. And, yeah, just winch it in a little bit. So we bring this in. There we are. And it just pulls it out a little bit. And then we can detach it. So detach from tree is that. And then we should be able to just push that back into position. We're careful without getting it stuck in the same place again. So useful, this blade really is. I was so happy when I saw it arrive, saw it appear on the mod hub, because it has made such a difference having it on the front of this and allowing us to just sort of push stuff around and get things into here. Really easy for me to pick up with the other wheel loader. And we can then just move this out the way, park it over here, and get another tree in here. I think I'm going to try and get several trees into this staging area and see if we can pull several logs out at once and make it work a bit better for us. Now, I want to try and not interfere with the logs I've already got in here, but the way this one has pulled in, it seems that it's not going to be so easy to corral. So turn this back out, bring this around here like this, and then try approaching again. Bring that into there. Yeah, like that. And that then is pretty much exactly where I want these logs. Although you can see they've already sort of moved across, and sometimes the trees do that. Sometimes you get the trees sort of spinning around in the latter stages as the weight of them drops. And I think it's a little bit of practice it takes to know when to turn the excavator so that it doesn't get affected by that. Right, so let's get these gathered in. Now this one, while it's not great position wise, I think that's still within the setup here. So if we come in and just push from this end this time, that should straighten things up. Yep, like that. Gather everything up, and then we can just neaten it all up a little bit by pushing in from this end. I don't like pushing in too much from this end because then you get jammed up against the other wall, and it makes it harder to get the logs out of here. But nice neat pile leads to a nice neat stacking on the trailer. Last one, and the stumps are becoming a little bit of a problem now. But we should be able to lower that down to there. Cut that. Right, and then reverse this out. Carefully trying to avoid hitting trees and trying to not get stuck on stumps. Yeah, it's proving a little bit of fun at this point. But we are out. It looks like 6 is about the maximum number we can fit on or in this staging area. It's getting a little bit crowded in there now, and you can see that the angle we're coming at as well isn't ideal anymore. Bring this around and turn that. Yeah, so let's extend that out a little bit, bring it up, and hopefully that is gonna fit in about there-ish. Perfect. So we're able now to get these all sort of pushed together. We'll get the bulldozer in here, get the last few bits aligned with the blade, and then we'll be able to start collecting them up. All in all, though, I'm pretty happy with that. That's been a very successful harvest of trees today. It is getting harder the further in we get to actually get them out at the right angle for the staging area, which is really a really interesting issue to have. It's almost like I want to build a second one down here, somewhere around here, that we can then plant trees around, so that we can come in and just pull trees out of this section here and into it, which is a nice thought. It's something that I don't think we're going to get far enough into here now to actually need. But I like the idea of it. So this is 6 trees worth of logs. I'm just gonna push these around here like so, And then I want to push them in from the ends just to square things up. And then we can start loading things up into our trailer. And yeah, if we square this end up, those ones that aren't quite so straight, we can start to push them back round again. It's all a case of just shimmying things about until we get the optimum loading setup. And then we can come in here with our other wheel loader and give it a try. And then there's something I want to try once we've loaded everything up. Lots of people have asked if we attach the stump grinder to the front of the class rather than the lever, do we get the same drop in power, the same drop in speed? So I want to give that a try, and I want to see if that has the same problem, or whether there's even some special attachment on the front of this that allows this stump grinder to be attached that wouldn't on the front of something like this class. So yeah, there's a few bits and pieces I still want to test and try and everything on here. Right, so where we're going to load these up, I'm going to stick a little bit more towards the left than the right. Try and get in the middle of these logs. See how many we can get in a single grab. So that is going to be open it up as far as I can. Get underneath. Keep moving it underneath like this until we have a load. Then back off and close it. Yeah, I don't think we're picking up. We're definitely not picking up as many with that grab as we did when we just had the single set in here. Still a fairly nice grab and a pretty stable one. So I'm pretty happy with that. Now we just need to load up our trailer and get it down to the sawmill. With 50 hours on it, whatever we do going forwards, I don't think this class is going to be part of it. I think we probably want to get a newer piece of equipment. It's been massively useful to us on here, this class. It really has. We've had it since very early on in this series, and it has, as a result, has been a mainstay and a staple. The same is true with the TLX. As I was saying, I think whatever we go with on the next one, I won't be including the Phoenix as a mod on the next map. I will be including its sibling, the Winterwolf, and we might end up getting to use that in the next series. But yeah, our TLX Phoenix has been very useful both here and the previous one we had on Whole Macra. But I'd really like to get my teeth into the Winterwolf or something like that in the next series. Where we've got our trailer is almost the optimal position for loading up. I think when I originally marked out the ground here, I expected to put the trailer maybe a little further back. You can see roughly where I thought we'd load the back up, roughly where I thought I'd load the front up. And yeah, it should be, I think, a little further back. So maybe about there-ish would work. That then gives easy access to load the front section up and easy access to load the back section up. Missing that tree that's to the right. So yeah, after setting ourselves up and getting ourselves into position for this whole series, it's rather ironic that at this late stage I've finally worked out how I should be loading my trailer up. But that's always the way it goes on these type of series. We're always not quite sure until the very last moments how everything works, and then we start a new one and we have to work it out all over again. Our last set of logs, let's clamp down on them and bring them out. Right, I think these should be able to fit on the back. We're a little bit low on space, both front and back, to be honest. So let's have a look. I think, yeah, the back, oh yeah, the back has a ton of space on it. So let's get them onto there. Try not to drop them on, but yeah, there's definitely space here to put them in. A bit close to the back. Let's reposition. get it so that we're actually between the two loading points. There we go. And then we can get that down and into there. Start unloading that onto there. And tease them off. And then the smaller bits that we got at the bottom of this pile, we can stick them on top. Oh, come on. Off you go. Like that. It's not the neatest bit of final loading, but they are on there. Oh, almost. No, they're not on there. They really aren't. Oh, I hate it when it messes up like this. You get right to the end. You get to the very last moment. And then it decides that it's not going to play ball. Like that. Right, I'm going to have to reload that final log. Somehow pull it off the top. Yep. This happens. And we need to then just pull that off like that. Reposition ourselves. Pick it up and we can put it on the top. In fact, as full as the back is, I think we're going to do this onto the front. So picked up. Trying to avoid that tree. Yep. And then we're quite a way back on it. So I'm going to have to just place it like that. There we go. That wasn't so difficult. And now that is all done and dusted. And we can go and take that down to the sawmill for unloading. A few people have asked me how much loan we've got on here that is going to need to be paid off before we move on. And yeah, this is a no loan series. We started on whole macro originally without any kind of loan, and that was start from scratch. So we had to immediately repay the £200,000 loan that comes with start from scratch. So we only started with 300,000 on there, and 300,000 is almost where we are on here. So we almost have our original initial amount of funds that we started with on our whole macro at this point, which is quite something. I'm pretty ecstatic about that. We could take all of our equipment with us now, sell our land, and we'd have about 500,000 if we sold our land, and would have all the equipment we need to start foresting. To me, that's pretty amazing. I'm really, really pleased that we got ourselves into a position where we've made a decent amount of money. And in fact, forestry is a really good way to do that with a limited amount of land. You know, you can go in, you can plant a whole load of really big trees like we've got on here, and turn them around and make a lot of money with them, which is great. Right, let's get this up to here and see if this works. So yeah, this is what I thought, and this is why I think the lever is nice and slow. The attachment for this is not a regular wheel loader attachment. While the lever will act as a wheel loader and will take wheel loader tools, it also has what must be a 3-point attachment or something on the front there, because you cannot put the you cannot put its shredder, its stump grinder onto the front of any other wheel loader. It only works on this. So disconnect those, get that off the front. And yeah, so you do need this to use this stump grinder, interestingly. It won't work on anything else. And then this becomes very, very slow the moment it's attached, which suggests to me that there is a configuration issue with it, that it does need a little bit of a rework. Unless, of course, that's intentional, but I don't know why it would be intentional that this goes slow just by having this attached to the front. So grinding all the stumps, getting them gone, make it easier to work in this area, and do. You can see all of the stumps actually that we've been doing over the past few episodes to get that extra wood that we thought we needed just to finish off the roller coaster. I do want to pop down there and have a quick look today before we finish as well. Let's see, though, if we can get these ground and done. There we are. Come on. Over we go. Not the most important job, this, but because I don't know how much more we're going to do in here. But it does. Yeah, there we are. Trying to get all of these stumps. Sometimes it's a little bit hit and miss. I think I've got this at just the right angle to go round and get them all done. Last one over in this corner. And just get it cut down. There we go. That has got that done. Wow. Look at the area we've opened up in here. This has been so many trees. We stuck 200 odd trees in this area, and it has really paid off. Final job I want to do today: get in here, get the wool loaded up, and get that taken down to the spinnery so that we can get it processed into fabric and get it sold, which will be great. And yeah, another nice little bit of cash in for us. I'm only going to take 2 pallets of the wool because we have an incomplete pallet over there as well. But that should be fine. We can get that sold off later too. I don't think we have part of a pallet on there, and plus 2 pallets fit much better on the back of the Unimog than 3 do. Yeah, there'll be another full pallet here in the morning that we can take down and get processed. Right, let's just see if we can get under that. It's slightly at an angle, but we're all right. Yeah, that'll get it. I think we need to cut that tree down. I think we need to cut that tree down and make a larger staging area at the side of that. That would make things so much easier dealing with the sheep. That there on the end, and then onto there like that. Right, those are on there well enough. I need to give this JCB a clean as well. I think I'll probably take this with me. This little teleskid has been massively useful, and it's only got 14 hours on it. So there are certain things I think I'd like to take with me. Right, let's get this down to the sheep, down to the spinnery, and then we'll get it processing. Down to the spinnery with our Unimog. There we go. In it goes. And this should drop off. Yep, there we are. Right, so we can now turn that on. Okay, so yeah, we've only got... Yeah, that is actually going to create full things of wool. So yeah, I don't want to really bring partials in at this point. So we should get a full set of fabric out of that, which is great. I think then let's head down to the roller coaster in the Unimog and see how close that is to completing its current stage, and whether on Friday we might see its completion. The chain link fences are still up, so it looks like it's not done yet. However, if we just park up here and have a look, yeah, it is getting there. Nothing is left at over 300 liters in the required. So it's going to be a case of seeing where it is in the morning. I'm going to turn my lights off on my Unimog. One last thing I need to do before we go is just check that these are all running. So all the productions we want to run seem to be running. We've got the wool running, and yes, so we should be able to make a decent amount of money off here in the final stages, I think. We are headed down to the sawmill initially because we are so very close to completing the roller coaster. It just needs 800 liters of the prefab wools, so we're gonna pop down to the sawmill. We've got a lot of stuff that's output from our wood that we delivered last time. We're gonna load it on. We're gonna load one of those onto the back of here and get that down to the roller coaster immediately, and then while those are working through and completing, we're gonna load the train up and see if we can't sell a huge amount of stuff that we've sort of had kicking around and that we've been processing the last few videos. Now, important thing is, I don't want to sell any of it until after we have actually got the roller coaster complete, because with all this stuff here, it does not make sense for us to get rid of all of this before we actually want to before we actually know that we no longer need it. And this was the mistake we made a few videos ago, when we basically went and sold everything we had, and then the roller coaster didn't complete. So that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna get everything done, make sure that the only thing that needs to go on the roller coaster is this 1,000 liters of prefab wool. If there is another stage to the roller coaster, then we will have the materials to deliver to it and to get it done, thankfully. So that on the back of this, and back that off. There we go. And so, yeah, it should work out fairly well for us. So let's go get this last piece of the puzzle into place and see if our roller coaster will complete. I'm keeping my eye out for anything that might be useful in the shop at the moment. There doesn't seem to be anything that's been coming out, but in general, we should be in a fairly good position. I think we got a Globetrotter truck that came in, but we're not looking to move to that. If a Winter Wolf comes up, I will snap that up in an instant. Right, let's get this final 1,000 liters unloaded. There we go. And that has started the countdown. Still not showing up on here because we still have more in storage of everything else. But hopefully in a few hours, this will have finished off, and we can come and see the opening and then sell off a whole load of stuff. And this is why I want to just go round and load everything onto the train. We're going to start loading the train up at the sawmill, and then we'll come down here. We've got a whole load of stuff in various productions around here as well. So I want to go and collect all that up too, and then we'll see where we are from there. We're back with our Unimog over here. I have noticed my truck is still down where I was unloading wood last time. Oh, there's the train. Let's grab that before it goes too far. Quickly. Hopefully that's got it. Yeah, rented train. You can see it slowing down and backing back up. Brilliant. I actually managed to catch the train before it went too far. Yeah, that's now backing its way back towards me. And, oh, that could have gone halfway across the map had I not grabbed that when I did. So that's pretty perfect. We'll turn this off then. And yeah, we've got a lot to start loading up onto this train. I think we're going to end up with a fairly full train at the end of this. Probably our biggest sell-off from the train that we'll ever have, if I manage to pull this off correctly. So yeah, let's get this loaded up and see whether we actually can sell it. That is the first stack on the train. It's right at the front, but should be able to do that there like so. So second stack will be the same. We will have, actually we should be able to get, yeah, just 2 high on the second stack, which is good. That will work in our favor, make it slightly easier for us to get it on here. Yeah, we'll only go 2 high because it'll even out fairly easily from that. That front stack is a little bit further forward than I would have liked, but it does work. So that there, like so. Yeah, we'll go 2 high, then we'll stack 2 on top, and then 1 in the middle, and that will do for this stack. Bring those in a little bit, and then we need to start stacking the rest. Our sawmill is still processing stuff, as evidenced by the extra set of standard planks that's come out while we've been loading up this set. So we're actually going to have 2 on top now and create a slightly pyramidal setup on it. Also, it's a pity these straps aren't closer together, because with these it would be really nice to be able to get them very close, fit more on here and strap more down. But it is what it is, and I haven't got those overly central anyway. We're going to fit as much on here as we can. I think we're probably going to put the beams up front with the prefab walls, and then that will create more space on the trailer. I have a feeling we have some metal to sell, as well as some other bits and pieces. We are over 300,000 now on here, and that's before we sell any productions or our land or anything like that. So yeah, it's quite a bit of value we still have on here. We may end up with over 500,000, which would be amazing. In fact, I think we're probably going to end up with more than 500,000 by the end of this. And this lot here is going to be a massive sell-off as well. We'll make a huge amount of money from this, and we'll make a huge amount of money from various other bits as well. Somebody'd say that the actual roller coaster itself, once you built it, gives you a monthly income, which is really cool. We will be testing that out. I wanna just check that that's the case, obviously. But the aim that we've always had on here has been to build that roller coaster, get it set up for the town, and then probably move on. Why is that picking up 2? I mean, that's cool that 2 fit on there, but I didn't expect that to happen. We'll fit even more stuff on here if we're able to load 2 on at a time like that. While they fit, the stacking isn't massively stable. I need to be a little bit careful loading up this last set. It may be a case I have to strap the others on first, because yeah, getting the second lot of these on was not easy. Getting the third lot, it's going to take a careful and light touch. As you can see, it's trying to pull that one off, and that entire stack is going to come if I'm not careful. So, wait, let's push those back on. Right, time to clear up a mess. Okay, so I've moved the 2 that are in the way out of the way. Let's see if we can just push that back up onto there like so. And then this is sort of sideways on here. So yeah, flip that over like that and see if we can get that on the top like that. And then see if we can get that on there like that. There we are. So that pushes those back on there. And this time I'm going to put a strap across there. No, we'll be able to then load that up, these last 2, without too much hassle. Yeah, knew that was going to happen, knew that was going to be a problem, but at least we got it sorted fairly quickly and can now get the last lot on the top. It's because the teleskid is a little bit overbalanced carrying 2 of these this high, but they are on there. Yeah, and everything's secure, and we can just push that back a little bit, and then we'll clamp it all on, take that one off, clamp that back on, and that's done. Right, let's get the 2 prefabs on here next. And with these 2 prefabs on here, the only thing we have left to load up is the long planks. I might try and load them on this front section as well. Oh, we're not clear of it. Forward and back, and then drop off. There we are, and then get that on there. Nice thing about this skid steer is that I can just turn around like that and avoid falling off the edge. Right, so with all these long planks, I think I'm just going to back the train up a bit and we'll load them into this front section as well. That will leave me more space for pallets a little bit later. Whoa, back it up. Like so, and whoa. There we go. That's very nicely lined up. Whether the train's on or not, I've got the rental, and the rental's costing me. But I think these might go on in the same way as those beams just have on the front. So that's... Oh. Why does it always shift to the side as soon as I get under the pallet properly? But we're on. Right, let's see if 2 of these will fit at once, and if not, we'll just stack them up as singles. Otherwise... yeah, this will save us even more space and we'll be able to fit even more stuff on this train. And stuff going on the train tends to sell really well. In fact, yep, we can do that. Oh, actually, no, we can't. That is really dodgy on the edge there like that, as you can see. So let's get underneath, get this on top of the other one. And we'll go 3 high like that, but further back, and that way we will have most of this fitting on fairly easily. We've quite the queue of traffic that's built up. They are just sitting there waiting for me to finish loading up my train, which is going fairly well. We've got a nice stack on here now. And look at all of this wood. This is going to earn us so much. We've had another beam come out as well. So there's that will go on top of one of these piles because we are slightly yeah, we don't have 2 more full piles. We've only got one more full pile and a pile of 2. So yeah, the beams will go on top of there. We've also got another short planks come out. So we want to load that up as well. Let's just put that in there. And then that on top of there like so. And yeah, don't push down too far, because if I do, it just causes issues with stuff moving. And then I just need 1 more of those, and then we'll take the last 2, put them in the next section. Looks like the cars are moving occasionally. Driver must decide, oh, I'm going to go round rather than do that. So, yeah, the cars will clear eventually. This is the first time, though, I've nearly filled up this front section on this train. It is going to be a huge amount of money from just an extra day's worth of logging. A huge amount of money that we make on here to take with us for the next one, which, considering some of the places we're looking at, is no bad thing. We're going to need quite a bit to invest. I'm thinking of going into something a little more multi-production for the next for our next map. So not something that is not just forestry, but can be forestry heavy reliance. So I'm not looking to do a lot of agriculture with the next forestry series, obviously, but I do want to do something that might have a little bit more of a mining bent or something like that, just so that we can expand what we do in this last pile of wood. Get that pallet on top. Lock that down. Look at all that. Right, we probably need to move these 2 forward because we do have another pallet of these small planks, or just the standard planks. So I'm going to move the train forward a little bit, and then we can get access to those. And with access to those, I can move those top 2 forward a bit, and we can do a second stack of 9. And then we have the whole back of the train there for anything else we want to place on it, which can be a there's a massive amount of stuff that we've been producing around here. Buckets and barrels and everything like that. The last one of these now to place on top. And hopefully just finish this all off. Up on here. And yeah, something I've learned doing these last few is that ideally you don't want to be pushing the forks this far through the pallet, because it destroys the center of gravity when you're trying to unload them and put them on the pile. That's what's pulling the lower ones off. So yeah, that wasn't the wisest way to go. And look at that, we have one more prefab wall come out as well. This is just producing so much at the moment. We've got the last. Okay, so we're almost done. We're gonna have one more thing of planks. We will probably get one more thing of planks long, maybe. Planks long is quite difficult to work out. Oh, we do have another thing of planks already, so we'll put those on top. We'll put this prefab wall on the front as well. Pretty much the last thing we can fit on the front, this prefab wall. But that's really good. I mean, that's so much stuff that we've processed out of here. This is where this becomes fun, because we have to drive along here, spin the teleskid, put that on there, and then try and back the teleskid off, without knocking the prefab off. Like that, and then that, yeah, and then forward like that. There we go. That is why that is so useful for loading stuff up on here. Right, look at that. That is a very full train. A very full train. I am kind of left wondering how much there is left to go on the roller coaster. So I think we'll probably go and have a quick look down there, see if there's much left, and see if the roller coaster is complete, or whether we're going to need to then unload all of this and put it back down there to complete that. We'll still make a decent amount of money off it, just not quite as much, I think, because all of this normally sells so much more at Elm Creek. Doesn't look to me like the roller coaster is complete yet, but this will give us a good idea of exactly how much is left to go. Yeah, 656. I think we may have to risk selling it all and seeing exactly and seeing where we are. If we have to produce more stuff, I think we have to produce more stuff. But we've got the train loaded up and we've got a lot of money to be made. And if we hold on to the train for too long, it's going to cause an issue. So yeah. I think we're going to see if we can sell all of this off, and I'm going to go and get the truck and start collecting some of the other stuff we've got kicking about and see if we can't make some money off things like the shingles and the flooring and bits like that as well. We know we can turn around a lot of raw materials in a very short period of time though. So worst case scenario is we have to cut a few more trees down. I've switched trucks over into the Phoenix, and we're just gonna go and get the ramps out on this. That done it? No. Oh, trying to work out which it is. Blind is always fun. There we go. That's the button. Get this loaded up onto there then. And then we can go down to town. We can load up some more bits. I think we've got some metal to load up as well. And we can get that then back to here. Is that wide enough? Yes. We want this over the wheels like that. Everything could do with a good wash as well. Right. And close that up. What we might do for moving is this flatbed is incredibly useful. This teleskid is incredibly useful. So we might keep these on. There are certain things that definitely I want to take with me to our next map. We might buy ourselves a new truck. So sell this Phoenix, which now has 30 hours on it. Buy ourselves a new truck as part of our move, and maybe a couple of other bits. Somebody suggested load what you want to take with you onto the flatbed and take the flatbed, and I really like that idea. I really like the idea of the only stuff we take from here is whatever we can load onto the flatbed. So we do have a few rolls of metal here. So pull this around here, make it as easy as possible to access the trailer from there. Put out the ramps at the back and drop that down. Perfect. So yeah, not a huge amount of metal here, but enough for us to do some, or to make some money from. We'll load most of it onto the front. As I learnt in the past, oh, actually, that is full. I reckon there's more metal here than I think. I reckon we have probably got a fair amount in storage as well, which I'm very tempted to get selling. So let's have a look at this. We are out of products for shingle. We're out of stuff for buckets. Where is the metal? Oh yeah, I think we should just straight up sell the rest of that. So we'll sell everything else coming through here. It won't produce anymore, and we can just put these onto our trailer fairly easily. I think if I try and take two of these, taking two of these has always been difficult because they're quite heavy. Yeah, one at a time is the best way to go with this. Otherwise, we are just too front heavy for our JCB. The last lot of metal onto here. And like that. So we can now get this over to the train, get this loaded up onto there as well, make the most out of this too. And yeah, hopefully that is gonna be a really good amount of money from everything on that train. And I'm really hoping it is the last bit of the roller coaster, because if it is, then we're going to be able to get all this sold and make a lot of money. I think we're going to have to hold the train though until we know that that is the case. The light is fading fast now, and we've got probably just enough time, I think, to get this loaded onto the train. As I said though, we're not going to send this. We'll have to hold the train overnight. It is going to cost us to do that, but we're easily making so much off this that it'll be worth it. My biggest worry is that we'll need to actually unload a whole load of this and take it down there. But if we leave our flatbed here as well, we should be all right. I think we'll be in a position where anything we actually need for the roller coaster, we'll be able to come up here and get, or even just take the train around there and deliver it. Whereas if I sell it, we're going to have to go through the whole rigmarole of cutting more trees down, getting more stuff done, and going through that. So I'm not going to do that. We're going to unload these onto here and get this ready, and then we'll be able to check whether our train can go in the morning or whether we're going to be able to finish off the roller coaster, and or going to need any of these raw materials we've got here to finish off the roller coaster. The final roll of metal, just need to get this on and push, and there we go. That's on there. Right, we need to get that strapped down. And back this off. And, oh, one last thing that needs to go on there. There's an extra pallet of long planks that came out. So we don't want to leave those out. We'll get those onto here as well. I don't think they'll fit in the front section. So they'll go on the back here as just an extra bit. I think this is probably the fullest we've had the train. I don't think we've ever put more on there than this. We've come close, and we've had this whole flatbed full, but we've never had the front section full that much at the same time. It is quite a lot of money's worth of stuff here. So in the morning, we'll see if our roller coaster completes, and if not, then we'll have to unload whatever we need from the train. If it does, that we can send this off, make some money, and finish things off here. We're going to head down to the roller coaster. We're going to check on what its progress is. Hopefully it'll be completed. And if so, we can start selling stuff off and making money for our next forestry adventure. If not, well, we're going to have to take stock of what we've got and see where we are and how we can do things. If we do need to unload stuff from the train, we can do here by the shop. But I'm hoping that we're not going to have to. I'm hoping that even if this isn't completed, which it appears not to be, that we're going to be able to get some... we're not going to have to produce too much. In fact, look at that. We've got a whole load of extra stuff for the next step, which is a little bit crazy. So, yeah, looks like we've got most of the stuff, though, down here already in storage. And I think we need to let that stuff go through. Looking at the list, though, and we know some of this stuff in storage gets hidden, but we don't have any wooden beams in there by the looks of things. We don't have any metal, so we need to bring some of that. We don't have any prefab wool either, and we don't have any shingle by the looks of things either, or any barrels. So there's 5 things that we need to bring down here: wood beams, metal, prefab walls, shingles, and barrels. Now we have all of those things, so I think our best bet is to probably go and grab those so we'll go and grab some of that off the train. We know that we've got some of those on there and can immediately load up the flatbed with that, and then I think we should come back, grab some shingle, which I believe we have as well, and also we might have some barrels kicking down at the barrel factory too. So yeah, it's going to be a case of heading back to our logging camp, grabbing our big truck and getting those things loaded up. And in fact, I think we could send the train off once we've got the couple of bits that we need. It is a little bit annoying to have to come back down here and unload some of the things off the train that we already had loaded on. Now, I would take the train down and round to the shop to get these things unloaded. But to be honest, we're not unloading that much from the train. We're going to grab ourselves a couple of prefabs, a couple of the planks and... oh, no, not the planks, of the wooden beams, and a couple of the metal pallets as well. That should be more than enough for what we need up at the roller coaster. Certainly we need less than probably a pallet of each of those things. But presuming that we are not on the final stage, because every time I go to do the final stage, or every time I think we're on the final stage at the moment, we have a requirement for stuff, and we've got so much in storage down there, I can't believe that this is the final stage. So we'll grab 2 of these. Oh yeah, metal is so heavy you can only ever really grab 1 at a time. But it's not going to be too much we take off here. We have lots of planks down there. We have lots of long planks down there. It's all stuff that we already have. I do need to go and check my other productions, though, and make sure that we have everything we need, because the last thing I want to do is have a need to create shingles and already have all the planks and everything I need for that sitting up here, go and sell those, and then we have to go and put a whole load more wood in to get that done. So yeah, let's load these off, and then we'll go down, we'll go find the other bits we need, and once we are sure everything is done today, we can get this train sent off. This train, of course, is costing us a fortune at this point. We've had it sitting here for 24 hours, and that is going to be costing money. So that's the other reason, really, we need to get some stuff sold off and some more money in, because otherwise we're going to eat all our money up by just having the train sitting here. Now, I did say I was going to take the train down by the shop and unload it if I needed to. The thing I've got is that some of the stuff I need to get off here, i.e. these prefabs and the wooden beams, aren't very easily accessible from the shop because they're on this side of the train. So getting them off here makes more sense, is a lot easier. Even with the thin platform I have there, that is still easier than doing it the other way. Now we've got to get these on the back here. I've got to leave enough space for my oh wow, can I get these on here and leave enough space for my telehandler as well? We might have to go and tip these or drop these off before we go and get any shingles or barrels. So let's put this one on here like that. Yeah, that'll work. Strap that down, and then we can move the other one forward a little bit. And with any luck, then we can go and check on the shingles and the barrels. We may be able to fit. It's just actually we can put them on top of the wooden beams. So I think we've got enough space to get a couple of pallets of shingles on here and a couple of pallets of barrels as well. We just need to go down and get them. So let's get this on the back. We'll reverse it on so we keep the weight away from the very back of this trailer, and go and see if we can find some shingles and barrels to hopefully finish things off. But it's yeah, oh wow, we're going to be sticking out a little bit from the back. Not the end of the world, but not the safest way to transport things either. I reckon from the amount of stuff stored, we've got at least 2 more lots to go on here. Now, I could just pop in and drop these off, but I think I'd like to drop everything off at once, and we can just sort of snake around here and then down here to get to the shingle factory. Around the corner here, and yeah, we do still have a whole load of shingles sitting here waiting to go. Briggs Shingle Company, perfect. Right, let's undo that and that and that. Get our ramps out. That car's gonna have to wait, I think. And we should be able to get 2 sets of shingles onto here as well. That will give us more than enough shingles to finish things off. It's quite possible that we, as I said, we do have some of this stored already at the roller coaster, and it may be absolutely unnecessary for us to have these, but I think it's wise for us to overcompensate at this point than under. And we know that we have more than enough of everything else, and we know that we ran out of prefab very close to the end last time. So let's bring this in. So with plenty of shingles here to do, we can next go and see if we got some barrels. We've got 2 pallets left of shingles here, so if we find we have another stage that needs doing, that needs shingles, we'll be able to handle that. But those will fit on here rather nicely, I hope. Will that back off? No. So old trick time, disconnect and reconnect, and there we go. So that then should sort that. We can get those strapped on. Don't have another strap there. Let's get this on the back of our truck and head round to the barrel factory, which is just around the corner here. I'm hoping we got some barrels here. Otherwise, this is going to be something we need to get a whole load of extra stuff into. What do we got round the back? We have barrels. Oh, we do have 2 full things of barrels as well. Perfect. So I am going to have to move my truck because that is not going to be easy to load where I am. And we want to bring this around. I didn't realize it's quite as close as it is. Now, I need to be careful because I don't want to unload the metal here. And that is a really big danger getting that close to the unloading point for this. But we've managed to avoid it, which is good news. Because, yeah, if we unloaded our metal here, we'd have to go all the way back to the train and grab a whole load more. And then we've also got to create more to output. And we got to output more stuff from here to use it up. So I want to avoid doing that if I can. Now, I don't think our widest setting here will pick up. Nope, won't fit in. So we're going to go for the narrower one there. And yeah, 1,000 liters of barrels. We're going to take 2 of these and put them onto the trailer. And we should have enough space at the back. Oh, wow. We still have barrels being output from here. But we should have enough space at the back here to get to sets. And we're not going to put our little teleskid back on. We're going to leave that here. And then we'll come and pick it up afterwards. Are these the last items we need to deliver? Will it cover the remaining stages to get all of these done here? I'm hoping so. I'm hoping that at this point we can just leave it for a few days and get the output onto the roller coaster to get it finished, because it does have so much that is in the storage there now. There can't be that many more stages left. All right, last set of barrels on here. Whoa. A little bit more in the center, please. There we go. And that's on. So we'll just park this here like that. We'll strap these down because, yeah, we have no more space for our little teleskid. And in fact, those barrels are in a really bad position. Never mind. Let's get the ramps up and let's see if we can't complete the required equipment for the roller coaster. I'm gonna have to snake this truck through the middle of town because trying to do a U-turn with this would be horrible. So what is hopefully the last of the materials we need for the roller coaster, let's get them into here. I'm gonna spin this round and bring it in to this point here. And at least the rain has stopped. We'll bring it into the unload. It is taking all of this at the moment, which is good news. Right, and there we go. So that's 2,000 of all of those. We should have now more than enough to complete this roller coaster. Well, at least complete this stage. This stage I'm fully expecting to be completed now, which is, well, I've said this a while. I will be intrigued. We are up to about stage 8, I think, at this point. I reckon we've possibly got 10 stages on this roller coaster. So as we're up to stage 8, I'm reckoning there's at least one more stage after this. I'm hoping that we've produced enough to complete it, and we've got enough in storage there now to complete it. But we'll see how it goes. I think what we're going to have to do is continue on and continue making money on here. So in order to do that, we're going to go and send the train off next. So I did just pop back and grab the teleskid so that we had that back with us too. But we want to get back up here and get this stuff all shipped off. Even if we need any of this, we're going to be doing some more wood. We're going to be getting the sawmill working again. So I want it to go like that. Only 526 though in vehicle leasing costs. So not very expensive for the train. But it's about to go and make us a whole pile of money, thankfully. So I'm going to head back to my logging camp, and we'll take stock of all our productions at that point and see where we are and where we might move forwards. But it looks like we're going to make a good amount of money from everything that's just shipped off on the train. One thing I do know that I need to do today is feed my sheep. We've been neglecting the sheep over the past few videos, and by the looks of it, they have run out of food. And oh wow, we don't have a huge number of bales left either. So let's unload this and get this off of here. That way we can put our flatbed away. I think we could do with giving everything a wash as well. Maybe have a little bit of a stock take on all of our equipment and everything, and give it all a wash and a sort. Have a little bit of downtime to just allow the roller coaster to get through this stage and see what we're left with. It's a case of letting everything run down at the start of each stage and then seeing what we're left with and what we need. So yeah, I don't think we are in a massive rush to get more trees cut right now until we see what we actually need. Lots of stuff sold. 453,000 we're up to now. That's another 90,000 off everything we've just sold on the train, which is amazing. I'm really pleased with that. We are going into the next map already with over 500,000 and a whole load of equipment. That is fantastic. That is going to set us up really well. So with our truck washed and put away and our teleskids nicely cleaned as well, we can drop the front off that, grab our bale spike and just go and give some feed to our sheep. If we're going to be on here much longer, if we're looking at a few more days, I think next time what we might have to do is go and cut some grass. The grass is actually faring fairly well for January, February. So if we make it through to March, I think we're going to need to get some more food for the sheep. We've got 9,000 liters of hay here. This will probably do them for a little while. But yeah, we are getting fairly low on it. And we do have all the equipment to do it. So there we are. Wow, they took all of that. That takes them nearly to full, but yeah, they need some more. And it looks like we got some lambs as well, which is fantastic. But yeah, we need to get some more grass work done. Not something we can really do in January, but it is a job that we need to get done and need to do. Let's head back over here, and I'm going to jump in my truck. And yeah, I'm not sure what else we can run around with much today. We could sell off some buckets and things, but I think that we want to have a quick run around and have a look at our productions maybe. But I'm going to go down to the roller coaster. We'll keep an eye on things, and might pop into the shop while I'm down there as well, and just see if there's anything on offer that might be useful, either right now or on our future endeavors. So into the shop and pull over. There we go. We're making money hand over fist at the moment. This is the thing. What is in the shop? Wow. Okay. That is a lovely combine, and that's not a bad tractor, but none of this is useful on our logging setup on here. So Yeah, there's nothing in there that is going to be useful. I mean, I could always try my hand at doing some arable stuff on here. We've got the money to set things up. Around here, though, at the roller coaster, where do we stand now? We still have a whole load of stuff just working its way down. Lots of that overnight is going to complete, so we should have a better idea of where we stand come the morning. Productions-wise, we still have a lot of metal in the barrel factory, and a lot of barrels and a lot of buckets. In the furniture factory, we are creating armoires and storing them at the moment, with a few planks long in there. We are out of these, so we'll deactivate the planks long floor tiles, but yeah, we're still creating and storing floor tiles. And then we are out of pepper grinders and out of bowls, so those can both be deactivated. We'll deactivate everything up at our sawmill as well, because we are out of wood there until we cut more. We're actually out of metal as well. And yeah, we're out of wool too, storing a little bit of that. I think we're probably going to have to go up to the mine and get a whole load more metal. Not that we need it at the moment, but more because it's always a good amount of input. So I think if things aren't finished off next time, it's going to be a whole load of restocking. So restocking wood, we'll be cutting a load of stuff from our little tree farm, and restocking metal as well. So going up to the mine and reloading all of that. However, it is nearly 9 a.m. in the morning, and we've come down to the roller coaster here because we are 1 litre away from each of our remaining items to see if this completes. We also have a great demand coming in at the container warehouse, so we might be able to make some money there today. Is this complete? No, we're still not there. I think, though, that most of the materials we have in storage here are already covered by, or everything that's required is already covered by what we have in storage down here. So, with a great demand at the container warehouse, how much is that going to pay us for today? Let's have a look at wood. 814 is actually not that great. Paper factory is paying more. Sawmill is ours. No, old sawmill is ours. Sawmill is paying more. But yeah, I think we probably want to take a load of logs and go and supply somewhere where we haven't supplied yet, and head over to the paper factory. So to do that, once again, we're going to be getting ourselves into here and getting our trees cut. What I'm going to do, though, is I'm actually going to back this out and get the blade in here instead. Try and pull some of the trees that we cut out of here and into a better position to start getting them cut. So we're going to go from here, I think. Make them fall roughly this way, and then we can pull them out. We want 6 trees, so let's cut 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. There we go. That's cut us 6 trees down. That should clear. We can pull these out with our blade and then get them to a position where they can be cut. So let's take that out like that. Pop over here, grab this. Now I want to drop that off the front. So let's do that. And then reverse this out here, and we've got the blade just around here. Now the nice thing about this, the really cool thing about this, of course, is the fact that it has a winch on the front that we can use. So we're going to back this over to here and just pull these forwards, I think. Let's unfold. Oh, did I not hook up the... Yeah, I didn't hook up those. So unfold that. And I should be able to pull these out. Now, I think the trick is going to be to try and pull these out and around on a fairly short length. So we'll grab this here. Pull winches R. Attach it to there with B. And then this is a much better way of transporting these about, I think, than doing it with the actual head of the... with the actual head of the harvester. And even now, I am still getting people asking me why I don't use the harvester head, why I don't turn it and use that. This is not a harvest head. This is a processing head. We've got the smaller of the two Volvo excavators, and it can only take a processing head on it, not a harvesting head. Yes, I think at this stage, if I was going to spend more time on here, we would very much be looking at getting a harvesting head on a larger one of these and doing that, or getting even just a much larger dedicated tree harvester. What I think I'm going to do on the next map is I have a plan to get a buncher. I think a buncher would be a really cool piece of kit to have. Right, pick that up. Now, I need to make sure we turn away from that tree, because otherwise we're going to get stuck on it, which is what I feared. And then we can just take this the rest of the way over here on this. See, I can't see exactly where my tracks are. So I'm going to go the other way. Turn. Right, and then back up. That's better. And then we'll turn here like so. Yeah, pulling that out with the with that blade has done so much better for us. And let's cut. Unfortunately, it's not done so much better for me with exactly where I've positioned myself. We need to turn the other way and bring this. Oh, it's one of those things. So reverse up first, then turn. Slightly easier to do that in cab, actually, because you are looking at how the controllers or how the pedals are going. So let's cut this. And there we are. We're now inside our cutting area. And yeah, we're going to make an awful lot of money from the paper mill today, I think. So I'm about halfway through doing this set of trees, and yeah, we've got a little bit of a mess here. I need to push those back in, and we need to pull those off the top. So we'll use the lever for this again. And this chain on here is so useful on this blade. I can pull multiple ones out at once. So we'll grab this, we'll attach to that, and we'll attach to... Can't attach to both of them. Come on, maybe if I'm a little bit further up. Let's grab that again. Yeah, there we go. So B and... Oh, that was enough to pull that one off. So do the same again. I thought this could attach to multiple ones. I'm fairly sure I've had it attached to multiple ones in the past. At the moment, just attaching them on has been enough. So B and E. No, can I? Yeah, attach another tree is R. There we go. Yeah, and we want to pull that one out as well. So we should be able to winch this in. Control winch. There we go. So let's pull in on the winch. That just pulls those out there. Attach everything. And now we can go in and clear everything up. So the idea here is we'll get in behind everything. Just push it away from the gap. And then we can clean and tidy it all up a little bit. So push that out like that. Don't like how much that is sitting in that gap. Or sitting near to that gap. Right, like that. So actually, we're probably going to be in a position where I've pulled that round a little too much, I think. Ideally, I want it all to turn in the corner, but it doesn't look like it's in a position to do so. And getting this blade around here is probably going to push these in the wrong direction. Yeah, this is a great way of doing things, but you need to make sure that in the first place you've got everything into the right place. Otherwise, it can get a little bit fishy and a little bit worrisome. But that's okay. We've turned most of them. If we keep turning them and keep them out of that gap, we should be all right. But it is keeping them out of that gap. All right, and up. And then the other way to do it is to come round and just to sidle them back through the gap from here. You can pull it back or just do this. Come into here and push that back like that. It makes a little bit of a mess, but you're doing all right. It's really a case of trying to get everything in the right orientation to work and to make things easier to pick up. At the end of the day, if you make it easier to pick up in the first place, it's gonna save you time, and if you can orient things right, then you're good. I'm kind of thinking, I said this last time, of that having a second one of these in a position where we can pull straight out of the tree farm into it would work really, really well. I mean, this is a good place here, but I think you'd have multiple ones of these if you were doing stuff elsewhere. And if you were doing stuff more long term. Also, I think I would probably not have this tree at the back here, because it does restrict me a little bit in what I can do. Again, we want to push this through, see if we can get this onto the pile without too much hassle. Nope, that one is not going to do, I don't think. Yeah, that one's going to be a little bit of a pain. But we should be able to start loading these up now. If we get this pile out of the way, we'll be able to sort out that one at the back, I think, without too much problem. I'm quite pleased with what we've achieved between here and Holmacra. It's been a very good setup for us. And yeah, I mean, the fact that we are verging on 500,000 before we've even touched selling off our productions is absolutely amazing. So that is just such a nice amount that we can take to wherever we want to go next. And yeah, I'm still feeling like I'm looking for the next forestry map. And it may be a case of seeing where we go with that. And we pull this out of here. Come on, open up. There we are. Right, grab that. Nice. Oh, wow. I managed to, for the first time in a while, grab absolutely nothing in the jaws of this. That is quite an achievement, really. Forwards in. Because there are so many logs here. Yeah, look at that. That is much more successful. Right, and over. Caught it on the end. We're not quite in the middle of this bunch. As long as I can get it over and in, and gonna have to do the thing of dropping them in. Don't want to do that. That is not the way to do this. But they're in there. Good. So, wow. That's quite a big clump of logs straight in there. You'd think I'd get better at doing this. I have got better at doing this. But at the same time, I'm still a little bit clunky at times. Let's see if we can't get that one out the back. I don't think we will. I think this is going to be it for this grab. Actually, that's not bad. What we'll do is we'll clean that up a little bit, and then we'll get the other 3 trees cut and into here as well. So that's got those 3 cleared up. Yeah, I got in the right position for it. And drop off. Yep, we're good. Open it up. And drop it off. And whoa! Got caught under there. That's got them. Right, so that is the first 3 trees loaded up onto the front of this. We want to pull our truck forward slightly so that we have easy access to the back. And we can go and cut the rest of the trees and get them loaded up. I kind of wonder if I can pull all 3 of these trees out at the same time now. So let's grab the front of that. We can definitely grab that. Let's go add a second tree there. Oh no, there. Right, and then I'm going to pull backwards. See if those will come out of there. Yes. Yeah, okay. We're in slightly the wrong place though, because this is in our way. So I'm just going to back this out and put this over here. There we go. Now we have a bit of a clearer sight of everything. We can get this positioned more over here. And if we pull that in... No, that's just moving the blade. If we pull that in... It tells me K and M are the movements. Right, K I think is the one that pulls it in. Or does it let it out? No, that pulls it in. There we go. So K is the one that pulls in. There we go. Add another one. Oh, we're too far away. Okay, so it is just going to be these 2. Let's pull them up and try and get them into a position that's going to be easier for our harvester or our processor to get them lined up and get them into here at an angle that's useful. Disconnect and get this out the way. As I was trying to get this out of the way, I had a thought. We've got a dozer on the front of this that we can use to maneuver these trees. Let's see if we can't get this down here like so and just push the bottom end of these trees round, or the top end of these trees round, depending on how we look at it. Really want to try and swing the top end round. It's not doing it, unfortunately. I was really hoping that by pushing the bottom end of the tree there, we were going to be able to swing this round into a better position. But it looks like it's so straight and so long, this blade, that it's not doing that. Even if I come here and turn a bit, that might be a little bit straighter. Let's give it a go and see what happens. So grab the first one. We'll pull it straight back, and actually that has worked better. That's brilliant. Although that currently is going to go into the gap, so we'll cut that. And yeah, that is exactly where I want that. And halfway along here means that's going to be much easier to pick up. Although you can see the actual tree is spinning as we bring it round. So we have to adjust for that a little bit. And hopefully keep it out of that gap. But it seems to want to turn in that direction as it goes, which is ever so slightly annoying. See if I can position myself a little better for the second one. Get our head in the right place. Drop it down. Grab it. And then trying to get the direction and the turn and everything right on this is really confusing sometimes. Right, and that then should fit there. Right, it is the other side of the other logs and is working perfectly. So a little bit more. We've got one more log or one more tree to get in here, and then we'll be all loaded up and we can head down to the paper factory. Grab it and hook it up. Right, let's see if this time we can't get this to come around in such a way that we get a nice straight setup. because it does move more freely with this. Much easier to drag this to where I want it to be, which is around here, preferably without hitting that. And yeah, that's about as good as I think I'm going to get it. So do that and back off, and then what I'm going to do is leave this here. Turn that off. Let's see if we can't get this tree onto this. Oh, it's really cool. We've got to the point on here where I'm just in a system that works. It works so well and allows me to very easily do the stuff that I want to on here. I think I'm going to have to hurriedly move forwards. Yeah, there we go. In slightly the wrong place. Turn and in. There. So just ever so slightly. Otherwise, it's going to get at an angle that I just can't fix it from. And that's what we want to avoid. Right, that's our third tree onto there. We now have a big hole in our tree farm. That's all right, because we planted so many trees in there. It's slightly ridiculous. And now I should be able to... Well, do you know what? That worries me. That is not far enough over that first one. When I put my blade... There we go. Let's grab this. And see if we can't push these on here a little bit. That way we can then just drive straight up with that and do things. Yeah, so if that's there, hopefully that will now allow us to jump into this, drive up here like so, and not end with anything in the gap. And with that all there like that, what you can then do is just come along here and just bunch things up a little bit. If we can avoid the excavator, yeah, like that. And then just move things with this blade a little bit in. I don't want to push it right up against the wall really hard. The trouble that will cause is that it just makes it harder for this to lift things out. So that's got that. We go as far in as we can to grab as much as we can. Clamp down, and there we go. We have a nice large full grab of wood. So slowly put these into here. Getting caught on some of the overlap. That's all right. It'll all work its way down in a minute. We've only got one more grab of these to go. Wow, that really doesn't want to sit there, does it? Those are, yeah, those are a little bit on the wonk. Not much I can do about it with those bits at the front, other than trying to get in a little bit on the back and pull things forwards. Yeah, there's not much I can do about that. As long as everything stays on there, we'll be fine. We do have a second quite large pile to go on here, though. Can we get this done in two? No, not quite. We're missing one. It is missing two. But this does work as a loading system really well. We've had this on here for, wow, about a year and a half now. And yeah, it is definitely making our job easier. Let's see if we can get these. Whoa, don't tip the other way. Otherwise, we're going to lose some off the top. I think we might want to... Yeah, there it goes. I think we might want to extend the beams if this is going to be a problem. Get a little bit more height on the top. Because, yeah, it's those bits in there. Those bits in there are causing all this problem. I think I'm going to rearrange this a bit. See if I can get things shifted about. Yeah, managed to shift things about a little bit. Just sort of pressing down and shifting around a little bit. Let's see if we can get this one picked up now. And on the top. Oh, look at that. Nice little bit of delicate work there with the claw. Or with the grab. And then that on top. And yeah, I think I don't need to extend the sides. I think we should be able to get this now. So the last 2 logs we have will sit nicely in the middle on the top. Which is not bad at all. That's worked out pretty well for us. So let's get under this. Get under that. Grab both of those. We can then just dump these on the top. And once we've got those on the top, we can go and take them to the paper factory. Presuming the paper factory is still the best place to drop these off. With any luck. And then we'll pop down to the roller coaster and see what the position on that is. See if there is anything we're actually missing. And see if we need to deliver any more goods. We do have some more goods kicking around that might be needed. The only thing that we might have to process through here is if we need more wooden planks or prefab or anything like that. If any of those things are still needed, then we will need to go and cut some more trees from in here. But we have wood to spare. That's the thing. So where is the best place? Best price right now is actually the sawmill. In fact, that's probably perfect for us. So we're going to take all this down to the sawmill. 1019 per 1,000 liters. And if we head down there, what we can do is get that sold. And then on the way back, we will check what is happening with the roller coaster. So while you can own the old sawmill on here, you can't own this one, which is the main sawmill. Where is our point to sell this? That is that it? That might be it. Right by the railway tracks here. Let's see if this is. So bring that there. We will take all of the straps off. One, sell wood, yep. For 36,206. That seems a little low. I'm slightly surprised by that, actually. 36,000 is not what we normally get for a large amount of wood like that. For 6 trees, that definitely seems low. So yeah, I don't know what happened there. Certainly on the containers, for 2 containers, which is what that would have filled, we get more normally. Now somebody did mention that I should have continued with the ship. With all of the stuff I was producing, the ship would have been a good way to go. And you know what? I don't disagree. I think we probably should have been still delivering stuff and launched a new boat. But we didn't know how long the roller coaster was going to continue to be constructed for. So I didn't want to sort of invest all of that and then lose all of that money. Speaking of which, this still has a way to go. There is quite a lot of materials that are going into here. Wooden beam is going down. So yeah, everything still seems to be going down. I think we're going to be still going at this again in the next video. How close this is to completion, we will find out. For now, though, we're going to leave this here. So all that remains is for me to say thank you for watching. I hope you've enjoyed this video. Please leave a like, drop us a comment, and give it a share. Special thanks to all my patrons and channel members. Your support is invaluable in making these videos and helping the channel to grow. For more from Virtual Farmer, check out the links below, follow on Twitch to watch live, and for more videos, subscribe and ring that bell. I will see you next time. Goodbye.